Also, before Mr. Nachibinga gives us the scene, probably it will be better for me to invite the panelists so that people know who it is that will be discussants in this room. Allow me to welcome our first panelist. That is Madam Leah Mitaba. She's the Executive Director for Zambia Council for Social Development, which is an NGO that works to provide evidence-based in terms of issues to do with social governance and development in this country. Please give a round of applause. Our second discussant is Mr. Vincent Chintu, who is the Secretary General of Citizens First. And I believe he's representing a political party. Is he around? Okay, you're welcome. Can we give him a round of applause? And our third panelist is Dr. Cosmas Musumali. He's the Secretary General for the Socialist Party. I'm not sure if he has yet arrived, but whatever times he arrives, he'll be able to join the panel. So a round of applause once more to my panelists. And yeah, so I hand over to Mr. Gordon to help us set the tone for the scene.
Thank you so much, Moderator. I've been given a new name. So Gordon is my elder brother, for those that didn't know. I'm Chimuka. Thank you. So I'll give a presentation. My colleagues from the IT, just okay, it's there. Okay, thanks so much. So in setting the tone, I'll give a presentation on risks of corruption and state capture due to unregulated and illicit financing of political parties. And this is basically just to ensure integrity in the democratic processes. So you can move to the next slide. So let me start
Thank you, Chimuka, for that presentation. Can we give him another round of applause? The presentation has helped us set the scene in terms of raw clarification as well as thematic clarification around illicit financial flows as well as stepped capture. And this morning, I've seen a number of people have just joined us. We have a panel today that brings together voices from civil society organizations, as well as from political parties to unpack the realities of political financing in Zambia, its legitimate sources and vulnerabilities, as well as its risks. We are also going to explore what practical measures can be taken to protect our institutions from corruption and state capture, and how strengthening transparency in political finance can reinforce electoral integrity and public trust ahead of the 2026 elections. With that, I would like to pose my first question to you, Leah Mitaba, the Executive Director for Zambia Council for Social Development. What does the current legal and policy framework say about political party financing in Zambia? What are the major gaps in terms of our political systems that makes them vulnerability to illicit financing in Zambia? Oh, I can give you my mic.
Thank you very much, Nalucha, and good morning, fellow panelists. Good morning to the audience. My name is Leah Mitaba, and I'm bringing a perspective of Zambian civil society organizations, in particular, the Zambia Council for Social Development, the organization that I'm representing here. It is important, firstly, to note that political parties are central to our democracy, governance, and development. At the same time, it is also important to note that political parties can also be exposed to the greatest risk of illicit financial flows. Now, coming to the question that you asked, Mrs. Ziba, Zambia at the moment does not have legislation that speaks specifically to political party financing. And I think Transparency International Zambia, working with other civil society organizations, has been advocating for a political parties bill. I know that, for instance, even other marginalized sections of society, the women, the young people, and people with disabilities, are also pushing for that. And I think the push is with the belief that there would be more transparency, there will be greater accountability when political parties are able to tell us their source of funding. But then also when citizens are able to hold accountable not only the political parties, but the beneficial owners behind the political parties. I think earlier on in the keynote address, Chimuka did allude to the realities that we face now, where we see foreign interests in the way a nation is governed, in the way a nation actually conducts its intra-party politics, as well as national level politics. So as Zambia Council for Social Development, we believe that when party financing is not transparent, the cost is often paid by the citizens. That is in policy capture, which refers then to the state capture, weakened institutions in terms of governance institutions, as well as poor service delivery. And I'll give an example. If a foreign country finances a particular political party, there are usually kickbacks and trade-offs that when that political party comes into power, we know that government is the biggest buyer in any nation. If we talk about public procurement, that's about 70% of our national budget. So you find that often these corporate vehicles will finance political parties in the hope that when that political party comes into power, they're going to get huge contracts around maybe our mineral sectors or maybe public sector itself. So it is important for ordinary citizens to understand what is at play. And I'll give an example. In 2024, the Financial Intelligence Center recorded about 401 suspicious transactions involving corporate vehicles. The FIC report also recorded about 802 illicit financial flow suspicious transactions that involved natural persons. So I think that answers, Madam Ziba, your question around, does this happen in Zambia? Is it even relevant to speak about now? We have it on record, government report that shows that the reality illicit financial flows is in Zambia. And I think this is why political financing is important. As I end in this opening also, I'm alive to the fact that political parties, those that are in power, and interestingly, those that are in opposition, are both very sensitive around having political financing legislated for several reasons. For the ones that are in power, obviously sometimes they just don't want to reveal who is financing them. For the opposition political parties, I think we have also seen that sometimes there are trade-offs, or there are punitive measures that are put in place when somebody seemingly finances opposition. They might be accused to be regime changers. So we need to be able to unpack and ensure that there's ethical leadership, and that whatever legislation is put in place is not one that has potential for abuse.
Thank you, Leah, for that intervention. And I will now turn to the Citizens First representative. We hear that political parties are the central players in our electoral system. And also from the setting of the tone that was given by Chimuka, we have seen that the compliance levels were showing around 75% of political parties having zero, ranging between zero in terms of disclosure and having a mechanism in place as political parties. Therefore, my question to you is, from your perspective, what are the main financial needs of political parties during electoral cycles? And also, how do these needs create pressure to seek funding from undisclosed or illegal sources? Over to you.
Good morning to the audience. Good morning, fellow panelists. My name is Vincent Chintu, representing Citizens First, and I happen to be the Secretary General of the party. We are new entrants in the political scene because we are just registered, I think, three years ago. We have never participated in the general election as a party, but we also participated on another platform, which was the Democratic Party in 2021, and we managed to come out third. So I think I'll first introduce to you what we are as a party, because you need to know us. Citizen First, we say prosperity for the citizens by the citizens. At Citizen First, we believe that no one else is going to develop Zambia apart from ourselves as citizens. Our symbol is a tree, whose significance cannot be overemphasized. We are all reminded not to cut trees punitively, but to plant them unceasingly, nurturing life and growth. We believe that Zambia itself is like a tree that has been cut down. With good leadership, we believe this tree is going to blossom again and bear a fruit. Just as scripture says, and remind us in Job 14 verse 7, at least there is hope for a tree. If it is cut down, it will sprout again, and its new shoots will not fail. Our manifesto is embodied in this same tree. Through the process of photosynthesis, I'm sure we learned in science, a planted tree acquires food from the soil through its roots, bears fruit, which we all enjoy. In the same way, the roots represent the key sectors of our economy: land, industries, agriculture, mining, and tourism. These are the money spinning sectors that we will sustain this nation. From these roots, the God-given resources, Zambia will grow the fruit of prosperity. A well-funded education sector that empowers our children with a true meaning of free education. A well-funded sector, a well-funded health sector that protects our families. A well-funded social welfare. Modern infrastructure that connects our communities. And the ability to repay the deferred loans, securing Zambia financial independence. This is the vision of the Citizen First, a Zambia where prosperity grows from root of our own economy, nurtured by hands of its citizens and shared by all. We are so grateful to TIZ for extending this invitation to us this year. To this year's Zambia's Anti-Corruption Conference with the theme Collaborative Action for Integrity and Transparency in Elections. Fellow citizens, many people think corruption begins when a party wins elections. But the truth of the matter is that corruption is like an egg. It is brooded when a party is in opposition, desperate for funds, and it hatches when the party wins elections. By then, the invisible hand that fed the opposition owns them in government. The right time to uproot corruption is when political parties are in opposition. At yesterday's official opening, we were addressed by the Republican president, and he talked highly of how his political party in government has fought corruption. I had two questions, but there was no chance to ask those two questions because I don't know whether it was because of time. Even when the program was showing that we were supposed to ask questions, we couldn't ask. But I had two questions for the Republican president. One was how we were searched like those suspected to have stolen from ShopRite. I think that was not good. The second question was why the fight against corruption hasn't been extended to the time of privatization. For me, that was the beginning of the problem that we are facing as a country. And those mentioned in the privatization scandal should be followed by this government. We can even recover more money than what we are talking today.
Are there any further submissions?
Yes. What challenges do opposition political parties face in complying with the transparency and the accountability standards for political parties? Was that the question?
Yes, my question was what I noticed is that you first decided to sell us your party manifesto. But what we wanted to understand, but I tolerated it because it is green and coming from an organization that promotes sustainability, I think it was quite innovative. But my question is, from your perspective, what are the main financial needs and of political parties? And then during electoral cycles, how do these needs create pressure to seek funding from undisclosed or illegal sources? So I wanted you to draw a nuance between the needs of political parties and how that leads you to political parties rather to source funds from undisclosed sources.
Sure. Thank you so very much. Of the registered political parties in Zambia, I think we have more than 80 political parties registered. Of those registered political parties, very few participate in election and very few are very active. And the problem comes back to the issue of party financing. Most of the political parties are not able, to raise money to run these political parties. And for me, this is where the problem begins, because maybe political parties may seek funds, from elsewhere. What we know is that a political party is supposed to rely on its members. But the situation where we are in Zambia today, very few members can afford to help these political parties when it comes to donations. I'm sure you've heard new entrants in the political scene complaining that they are spending the money and nothing is being seen. And most of these political parties that have been in existence for a long time, I'm sure they are used to that situation. I'll give the example of ourselves as Citizens First, how we have been managing to raise money for the activities of the party. We rely mostly on ourselves as members of the party. Mostly those who are in the top, party hierarchy. We contribute money towards all the activities of the party. We contribute money. I can give an example of how we managed to go for the convention in 2024, should have been in December, through contributions coming just from ourselves. For me, that was a milestone because we did not depend on someone, in a foreign country or foreign entity to come and give us the money to run for the convention. We know there is no free lunch, they say. Whenever, those that fund political parties give us money, then they know that when you form government, you are going to be answerable to them. So as Citizens First, we do by all means to avoid that, because we know once we do that, then what we are promising our Zambians, that we are going to do this and that for you. We are going to make sure that the economy goes back to you as the Zambians. It will be very difficult because those that gave us money will be demanding to run a mine, will be demanding to do that road, and for us, we'll have no power over those things. So as a party, we are very careful when it comes to party financing. We do other activities where we raise money through the sale of party membership cards. It is very difficult also for our members to even buy a card for 50 kwacha. But we tell them to buy, even through barter system. They will give us a chicken in a village, or they will give us maize which we can sell so that we raise the money. We know this problem of having, other people financing your political party is a problem that we are facing even today.
because we may be talking about the state capture of South Africa, where the Gupta brothers, captured the government of South Africa. Here in Zambia, it is also seen that we may be under state capture. We can see how roads are being privatized, given to an investor to do a road, but the money is coming from ourselves, our own parastatal companies. So this we have to be careful, because we may go on and on, living in the poor state when God has given us so much, revenues where we earn our own money. So as citizens first, we are very careful when it comes to part financing. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to Mr. Chimuka. What role can civil society organization play in generating data and promoting accountability and monitoring of political finance ecosystem in Zambia?
Thank you so much, moderator, for that question. Let me start by indicating that as a country, the civil society organizations have got a huge responsibility, especially when it comes to advocates around regulating political party financing in Zambia. Like it has already been indicated that we basically don't have a legal framework, but we have got a starting point. I think the starting point is for the civil society organizations to advocate for the actualization of Article 60, so that when we have some legal framework that regulate political party and campaign financing in terms of establishing a political party's fund, it will become easier to then now extend in terms of how we can be able to regulate a private funding that comes to political parties. So as civil society organizations, I think our core advocacy aspect is to get to the drawing board and pick up the political parties bill, I think for 2017, and see how we can then now engage the different stakeholders, including political parties, so that we can be able to tease out what are the issues that these political parties are not comfortable with. And then we pick the advocates to ensure that we can have a piece of legislation to regulate political party financing in Zambia. Apart from that, I think it's quite also important for the civil society organization to actually do some form of education or sensitization, not only to the political parties, but also to the electorate, because this particular legal framework does not only affect the political parties, it actually also affects the electorates themselves. Because we do not have this, you'll find that people will be, people will impose themselves on some seats and so forth and so on, which would definitely later on affect issues of service delivery and affect the lives of the citizens. So for me, I think the core for civil society is to do advocacy activities around ensuring that we campaign for the actualization of Article 60 as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chimuka. For those joining us online and those who have joined us, we are welcome to the panel discussion where we are looking at political party transparency and the risk of illicit finance in Zambia. And we have a panel which comprises Citizens First, Mr. Vincent Chintu, as well as Zambia Council for Social Development, Ms. Leah Mitaba, and TIZ. From TIZ, we have Chimuka Nachibinga. Back to you, Leah, before we open it up to our audience. one of the things that we have seen is that from the first pointers that you gave is that illicit financial flows seemingly to be increasing in Zambia. So what forms of illicit financial are most prevalent in our country and are most concerning to the Zambia political environment today, and also what mechanisms can be put in place in the absence of having a substantive legislation to try and curb those?
Thank you very much, Nalucha. So I think from the conversation that is coming from civil society, but then even the political parties themselves, so clear that illicit financing is a gateway to state capture. So you pay something, it's like it's an investment, and you expect to yield again at the end of the day. I think I wanted to add to the list of key challenges that come. And I think what we see in our political dispensation is a political elites. So we still have a political field that is around those that have money. The highly commercialized aspect of the political party game, so to say. And we still see continued abuse of state resources. So when you look at even just intra-party level politics, you'll find that very few political parties are actually able to observe internal good governance tenets. So for instance, intra-party politics still are around those that pay. They're the ones that maintain, gain power and also maintain that power. We still see opaque funding sources. Political parties are not required, yes, to declare their donors and amounts. But I think, as Chimuka alluded to, we do have Article 60. We also have the Financial Intelligence Center Act. We also have FATF-related pieces of legislation. For instance, Zambia just recently enacted a piece of legislation around anti-terrorist financing. So we don't have, yes, a comprehensive legal framework, but there are pieces of legislation that we can still use as a country. We're a member of the UNCA coalition, for instance. So we still need to observe some of these standards. But I think what is also key now from a civil society point of view is that we need to ask the difficult questions. Citizens need not to sit back after election day. And I think I find that this conversation is the one that is difficult. And we've seen some undesirable elements, even from those that aspire to govern, because they take advantage of maybe the widespread poverty. Remember, Zambia 6 highest in terms of poverty, and the ignorance, perhaps, of the citizens. So you'll find that the same citizens that civil society organizations are speaking on behalf of will be the same ones that are paraded to actually distance themselves from what is right and be able to advocate for things that we know that are not good for our democratic dispensation. So it's a difficult space really to be in. And I think why this matters for governance and development is that the state capture seems to then serve the funders of the political parties and not the citizens. It also distorts, from my experience, budget allocations, because we've seen that, for instance, the successive years that we've been analyzing the national budget, spending towards the social sector, health, education, and agriculture keeps going down. And now our allude to the big elephant in the room. We have a constitutional making process, possibly before our parliament. And when you look at our fiscal space as a country, you find that we might not really have the power to actually finance. Is that really where we should be spending our, effort? And I think the result of this, Madam Ziba, is that this results in voter apathy. We have the high levels of inequality that Zambia is known for. We're number 4 in terms of global inequality. We also have divisive communities and a nation, because the same community actors are used against each other. And I think the past few days we've seen that at play, which is very retrogressive. In short, citizens end up losing twice, in the ballot box and in the budget, in terms of allocations. Beyond that, as an organization, we've still continued to invest in monitoring through budget groups. And evidence, of course, from our budget work shows that we have misaligned priorities. The sectors that should be given more resources are actually going down because of some of the decisions that are made that force governments to pay back to those that were holding the piper. And so they're basically dancing to the tune. So in terms of what needs to change, we also support the TIZ stance to say we need a political parties bill. If anything, that is something that was started in 2017. This is what should have been rushing through our parliament today. And every Zambian citizen must actually be supporting that amendment. And like I said, there's a clawback, of course. And that clawback is that it is important to note that there's potential for abuse, even on this law, by a party in power, which might those people that then might donate towards opposition political parties. But my question maybe also then goes to the political parties. Like I said earlier on, they're also not seemingly interested in this bill. And I'm wondering why, when if the challenge, for instance, Citizen First are saying they have challenges in mobilizing resources, one of the things that this political parties bill is going to do is to ensure that political parties are financed from the national budget. So I thought that this should actually attract interest from the political parties. Civic participation cannot be overemphasized. We need the public to demand. I think Zambia, sometimes I see citizens, after they cast a vote, they sit back. But I think research shows that in countries where there's greater social accountability, there's also greater results. If you go to the World Bank site, Zambia is described as a natural resource rich country, yet we're number 6 highest in terms of poverty. How many of us control our natural resources? I think those are things that we need to question, and we need to be able to hold our leaders accountable to their promises.
Thank you very much for that submission, Leah. I know that our audience is itching with questions, and we are quite privileged to have the former Chief Executive Officer for the Electoral Commission of Zambia when we are having these important discussions, as well as one of the governors who's in here, and President for the Lighting and Thunder Party from Wapula, Mr. Ruben Lifuka, as well as others, and welcome, last President, just to recognize your presence, Senior Counsel. So we have quite a number of hands up, starting with Mr. Neo Samtenya. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. And then we'll move to Mr. Ruben Lifuka, and we'll get 3 hands. I've seen so many hands. We'll start with 3 and allow the audience to respond and get another set. And we'll also give it to the young person just in front of Mr. Lifuka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator. And thank you very much, panelists. I think when we talk about illicit financing of political parties, it's important that we have an understanding of our party system. The representation from Citizens First, we heard that they get donations in kind, in terms of because party cards are expensive, they're high. But what is the relationship between ordinary citizens and political parties in this country? That's the starting point. Where the statistic of 80 political parties does not say everything about what's going on the ground. On the ground, we have few parties that are effective parties. The parties that we are talking about, which are susceptible to being corrupted, are very few. Normally, it's a party in power and the main opposition. No one's interested to give money to a party that cannot win elections. No one will give money to a political party or a candidate on a party which don't even contest elections. Because so many parties don't even contest elections. So it's the parties which are in power, a party in power, and a party which is the main opposition which can come to power. But the thing is, how do these parties mobilize supporters? They don't normally get membership to contribute. They pay the membership. They pay them, support them, instead of the other way around. Instead of the members donating or giving money, the way when we go to church, we leave offering in the church. Please don't pay us to go and pray. We actually go and contribute an offering which helps in running the churches. But in political parties, what is on the ground is that rich people they say, come and support me. I'll pay you to support me. That's what the corrupting influence of our parties. Our leaders corrupt the members. They bus them to go to rallies. So with that kind of relationship, it's very difficult to do away with this corruption. And I would like us to rethink the accountability issue. How do members of a political party hold the party accountable if they don't even make donations to this party? If they don't pay any membership fees, how can they hold the leaders accountable? I think we must start thinking about that. And coming to the issue of the political party bill, I think that's constitutional. We have a constitutional provision in Article 60. Why can't we have this political party bill passed into law? I think it's important that the leadership of this country, the government, and the members of parliament are lobbied to pass this law, because that's the only way we'll hold political parties accountable, because they'll be compelled to have internal democracy. They'll be compelled to ensure certain processes are in place that will make parties accountable, including party finance, including transparency and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take it that was more of a submission and not a question to a specific panel member. We can move to the second person.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Ruben Lifuka. I think I'll just build on what Dr. Samantani has just been saying. But firstly, I think let's clear this misconception around Article 60. Article 60 talks about establishing a political party fund for parties with seats in parliament. Not all political parties, but parties that have seats. And the reason that fund is established is to allow for public finances to be given to parties with seats in the House. So it will still leave out a lot of parties that will not have seats, but it comes back to what Dr. Simutani is saying. Should we then be financing political parties that are not seen to really be participating in the political life of this country? But also conceptually, we have to also be clear. We've been going back and forth on this issue. Political financing includes, one, the political party operations, funding that would take the operations of a party into account, but also electoral campaign financing. So you have to just be very clear about that, because then your accountability measures will be different. You may want to put a cap on electoral campaign financing, but are you also going to put a cap on political party financing? So we just have to get our concepts right there, and maybe the panelists could speak to that. But I'll just briefly say that I would also prefer to have a political economy analysis to this issue. And I think this is what Dr. Simitani was alluding to. There are certain cultures and norms and values around the way our political parties are set up, including the membership who believe that belonging to a political party means that whoever forms a political party has to finance the majority of the activities of that political party. The entry points of political parties, when you go to register, they require very basic requirements. Number of members, they don't even ask you about your finances to the with the due diligence that is required. All those are things that affect how finally we deal with this problem of political party financing. But lastly, I would like to hear a comment on the issue of power dynamics. Because you see, it's nice to say we need to have all these laws, but who has power in those political parties? Who determines how monies are used in those political parties? Can every Jim and Jack who joins the party today ask that I want to look at your sources of funding and I want to know where you're taking the funding? When exactly what Dr. Simtani is saying, the rich guy who forms the party now calls others to say, come and join me. So the power dynamics have to be established. So having laws alone without dealing with the power dynamics, whether it's between the elite, the political elite, or the business elite, will not bring us the results we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Difuka, for that submission. We'll allow the youth who was in front of him, who had his hand up, and then we'll get our panelists to react to those.
My question has already been answered from what they said.
Okay, thank you. There was a hand there. Maybe you can pass the mic to the man in the hat.
Good morning. I'm Patson from Leadership Movement, party spokesperson. Well, the discussion is very interesting because we also are at a risk of being very academic on the matter. The reality on the ground may not be as we would wish it to be. When we talk of party financing, like Vin was saying, sometimes it comes in form of chickens. We are aware that the ruling party now received a lot of donations in form of kettles from well-wishers. Becomes a question of how do you even predict that the nature of support we are going to get is going to come from this side. So it speaks to how difficult in itself it is to determine where the party financing is going to come from. So those who will sit to form such a legislation must have serious elasticity of the mind in determining how far you can go. It also looks like a battle in futility, especially that even the leaders in government are not interested in doing the very fundamentals that would give us the confidence that they are willing to walk this walk. When you ask the national leaders to say, do a very basic thing like declaring your assets, which is a mere promise which you as a leader initially made, and you fail to make such a declaration which would give the confidence to the voters to know that this person was at this level when he formed government, and after leaving government at this level, so he's not a corrupt leader. It is a very hard thing to begin to trust that even the government of today or the government of the past is capable of leading such an exercise. The third point is this animal of corruption is a very hard one, in the sense that you are talking about this corruption happening when you are in opposition and being coming to fruition when you are in power. When actually, when you are in power, you hear, no, in Chingola, for one to own a mine, they must also commit to supporting the government in power. Such things, that's an example. Don't follow me, all right? Don't follow me. It's an example, but some coincidences happen. It becomes a very hard thing because how do you follow now them when they are even in government? They are still doing it. And I believe that those in government are likely to be more corrupt in party financing than even those in opposition, because they have the powers and tools to twist those they wish to support them. Then don't you also think it is, I think war strategies like Sansu and Robert Greene would laugh at the idea that you want us to be so unstrategic as to tell us our sources of financing. How do we tell you so that the government or our opponents go and attack the very sources of finances that we want? It's like exposing them to the dangers of a government that may not want to come out. I like what one of the panelists said, a statement that I will steal from you now, saying it's like they are supporting regime change. It's not easy for a government to see things that way. So it's a very hard fight when it comes to party financing. It's not a walk in the park. And the government can't ask us to easily tell you where we are getting finances when in many meetings we have said, why don't you support us by at least giving us something to run these political parties? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will allow the panelists to give a reaction to the comments and the question which have been posed. Part of them to do with we need to do a political economy analysis around political financing and also having clarity of concepts. Are we talking about electoral party financing as well as political party operational financing, and also the issue of who controls the finances in political parties and just the structural architects of political party formation, as well as the power dynamics in those political parties. So I can see Mr. Chimuka seems to be ready. You can start, and then we can get to citizens first, and then hear from Madam Leah. Then I've seen the hands up, then we'll get back to the hands in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moderator, and thank you to the participants that have asked questions. I'll start with the issues raised by Mr. Ruben Lifuka. So for Article 60, for us to be able, let me start by defining what political financing is. So political financing implies ways and means in which we can raise resources to fund political parties. And there are different models that can actually be used here. We are talking of the state funding political parties. And as indicated already, as here in Zambia, if Article 60 was actualized, only those political parties that have got representation in parliament would have been accessing this fund, because that's a criteria that is indicated. The second model that political parties can use to raise funds is what we call the private, private donations. So these private donations can come from individuals, their party members, and so forth and so on. So when you look at all these models, they fall under a terminology called the political financing. Now, under political financing, what we need to do in terms of regulating both the state and the private donations, first of all here in Zambia, is to start by regulating Article 60. So Article 60, if it is actualized, it will entail that the political parties that are accessing public funds will have to be accountable in terms of how they utilize those funds, reporting to the oversight bodies that will be responsible for that. When this is done, we can now extend the same mechanism to private donations as one of the models of political financing. And this will then cover all the other political parties that will have no representation in parliament, but they are actually sourcing funds from private donors and also their own individuals in terms of fundraising. Coming to how political parties are formed, I think this is one of the biggest challenges in terms of transparency and accountability. My neighbor here did indicate that they, in the previous elections, they stood under the Democratic Party. And it is clear in social media and everything that one of the reasons as to why the Democratic Party and the Citizens First, why people moved from Democratic Party to Citizen First was issues of transparency in terms of how the finances are received for the political party and how they are actually utilized. So in terms of formation, I would agree to both Mr. Lifuka and Mr. Dr. Simutani that we need to interrogate on how these funds, on how these political parties are actually formed. Because when an individual forms a political party, it is that same individual that have links to the financiers. Even the political parties that are here, I'm not too sure that they know where all their monies actually come from. Secondly, political parties are also formed on ideologies. The ideologies that these political parties are formed also affect the issues around political party and campaign financing. So for me, I think the recommendation would be that we need to interrogate and come up with perhaps strong policies on how political parties should be formed and also systems on how their financial management systems will actually sit in these political parties and so forth and so on. Then coming to the leadership movement, I must make mention to say that it is actually sad to hear lamentations from you in terms of disclosure, that why should we call for disclosure of sources of political financing. I think that it's quite important for the citizens to know where these monies are coming from. For obvious reasons that I even also alluded in my earlier presentation, that state capture does happen long way before a political party comes into power. So for instance, if UPND is captured right now, just know that that capture did not happen when they came into power. It happened way before, because the financiers captured when they were in opposition. So for us, with the purpose of fighting corruption and just to ensure that our democratic dispensation is actually sanitized, it could be important for us to be able to know the interest behind where the leadership movement is getting the money. In terms of protecting the financiers, this has already been done. This is not the first time we are hearing this. Ghana has this particular piece of legislation. South Africa is one of those that has got a particular piece of legislation. In South Africa, they even have what they call Democracy Fund, where those that would want to fund political parties channel their monies into that particular fund, and then that money is actually distributed accordingly. So mechanisms on how the funders can actually be protected can be put in place, and then we can enhance the issues around disclosure, reporting, transparency, and just general integrity in the entire political finance spectrum. I think for now, let me end here and I give the mic to my colleague here.
Thank you. I would love to hear from you, Mr. Chintu, in terms of how do political parties mobilize their members, and also who controls the financing in terms of the funds from the political parties.
Sure. Thank you so very much. I'm sure that the question came from Dr. Lifuka. That who determines how money is being used in a political party. I'll speak from my experience as the Secretary General. Being the Secretary General of the party, I'm not even the one who determines how the money we raise
from the sale of the party cards or from the donations that we receive from our own members. But we've got the finance committee, of which the chairman of the finance committee is the one who determines how that money is being used. Mostly we go out to our members to ask for donations whenever we have lined up party activities. You can talk of the by-elections which we have been participating in. In those by-elections leading to, for us to participate, we need a lot of money. And we've seen how those in government spend so colossal sums of money. But as a party, we raise that money, and through the finance committee, they allocate, those monies to different areas where we have those political activities. Of course, it is not easy to run a political party like other political entrants have said, because people think, especially here in Zambia, when you form a political party, then you are the owner of the political party, and they rely on you so much. So going out there to ask them to donate, it's like you are insulting them. So it is something that we have to deal with, and it's something that we have to educate our members to say a political party does not belong to an individual. And when you come to join the political party, it is not that the political party is going to be paying you for being a member, but you need to contribute. Like Dr. Smutami, mentioned something about how we take money to churches to pay Muturo and the staff. It is not the church that pays us, but we take money to the church so that they can use that money for different activities. So the political parties, I think, operate in the same way. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Leah, if you could just address us to the issue of lack of interest from leaders in coming up with the political party bill, and also from the political parties themselves, and also the difficulties in determining what forms or what constitutes political financing, especially that one which is coming in form of materials. How has the proposed bill sort of addressed those?
All right, so thank you very much. Dr. Neil's interjection and Mr. Lifuka's interjection is taking us back to the realities on the ground. And I think not to be academic, what is coming up is what experiences are going on. And so the question is, are the political parties, for instance, interested to disclose their sources of financing? And if their motivation of a political party is to get power, if you are in opposition, and to maintain that power, to what extent then are they going to open up themselves to being transparent? And I think those are the key questions that I earlier on said we need to answer. And from a civil society point of view, I think these are pointing us towards people power. They're pointing us towards ethical leadership. They're pointing us towards still the need for civic awareness. But you find that the same people that vote are the ones that entrench whatever negative issues are happening in the political parties initially, but then, of course, subsequently in government, because the political parties are the ones that then later form government. And for CSOs, I think one of the realities in our sector, those that are in the governance sector, is that political parties seem not interested to do the right thing, not because they don't know what is right, they do, but it threatens their power base. So we have weak civil society organizations because of high staff attrition, for instance. Some are actually poached to weaken the sector. We have reduced financing towards the sector, especially for those that are doing governance work. And I will say that sometimes it's also been reported that the sources of financing for civil society organizations is actually something that is being investigated. And even your financiers actually encouraged or discouraged to finance you. We also have civic space crackdown, which is the use of unfavorable legislation. We have, for instance, legislations that are developed not from a human rights-based perspectives, such as maybe the NGO law that we've been talking about for close to now, say, 2 decades. We recently had the cyber crimes and cyber security laws that have been put in place that are making it difficult for people to express themselves. And I think we've seen arrests that are happening. So there's a lot that I think we need to look at and interrogate, but ultimately, power must rest in the people. People need to understand that irresponsible voting is what manifests in the high levels of poverty that we have today, is also the reason why we have unequal power structures in the governance of our country today, where you see only about 12% women in our parliament, 6% women in chambers, and why Zambia perhaps has never had a female head of state. So these, I think, are realities that we need to begin to question and ensure that the power dynamics change. The voter needs to understand the power that lies in their vote. They need to understand why voting in a democratic dispensation such as Zambia is secret. And like I earlier on said, citizens need to drive the agenda changes that we see.
Thank you, Leah. I'll get the last set of questions. We'll start with Malala, and then we'll go to the gentleman next, and we'll end with him.
Good morning. My name is Malala Mondela from the Embassy of Sweden. Thank you for the various presentations and discussions so far. I can see that this is a very complex issue. It's not as straightforward as we would like it to be. And I think mine is a reflection and maybe something that others might want to comment on. That when I hear about the inertia or lack of interest in political parties disclosing their sources of finances, and it's not just the sources, but also the use of the finances, is it reasonable for us to expect that when these people are in power that they will be accountable? I think it's counterintuitive to think that when they get into power, suddenly they'll become transparent. So that's just a reflection. But in view of this, are there tools or mechanisms that we can use to try and follow the money? In the last election, I think TIZ did a bit of work around how much money political parties were spending. Are there other tools that we can use? Can we look at investigative journalism? When you talk about citizens being engaged, what can citizens do? And what kind of information do they need in order to be able to hold their leaders to account? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mono Chikombi, and I'm a procurement expert. My question goes to both Chimuka and Madam Leah. It builds up from what has been presented by the leadership movement on the disclosure of sources of donations. I feel as much as we are pushing for declaration to be mandatory, I sense there is an issue of worrisome from the political parties, because we've seen it in the past where you see a Zambian contractor, a flourishing Zambian company. But when the regime change, most of these companies tend to go under. And when you actually follow up, you tend to hear stories, no, they were affiliated or supported
to the previous regime, ABCD. So there's that retaliation when it is discovered that a certain private entity, a company, a contractor, was supporting a certain political party. Government tends to go after them, and then they tend to shut down. NAPS, ZRI tend to visit. So my question is, what specific measures are there to ensure that once declaration is made, there won't be retaliation from government? Those private entities, contractors, private houses that support other political parties based on their resonation with their ideologies, what specific measures have you put in to ensure that they are protected once declaration is there? Because I feel that is one of the reasons why there's a bit of hesitance, because they fear that other people might be affected. If a company is shut down because of a simple affiliation to a political party, jobs are lost, income is lost for the government. So what specific measures are put in place to ensure that they are protected? Thank you.
The other hand was there.
Thank you very much. You alluded to the capture of the South African government by the Gupta brothers, but I'm not sure at what point.
If you can also introduce yourself.
I'm Kelly Mazimba. Kelly Mazimba. Yes. I'm not really sure at what point the Gupta brothers captured the South African government. Because the emphasis was on capturing the political party, then consequently, the government is captured. But I believe that the ANC has been in power since 1994. So Jacob Zuma was just one of those presidents that came to power, and it was only discovered during his regime that the Gupta brothers had captured, the government. So probably on that point, I can say state capture can happen probably before or even at a point when a certain government, a certain political party forms government. And maybe where we are, maybe we are still young in terms of democracy, because when you look at government or state capture itself, you know that it's not just the political party. Maybe we like measuring in minors and minoring in majors. I think the countries, the Russians, the Americans, and the British are the ones that do more damage maybe to African countries than these political parties. Because, the donations that we receive from these big, companies somehow has even messed up our education system for 61 years. Because they give us, after they give us the funding, then they push in their policies, and we start implementing those things. Even these constitutions that we talk about, you may not know the undertones, you may not know the hands, behind. Talk about the education system that I've just mentioned. So let us not just emphasize so much on the political parties, but are we able to stand as Zambia without the influence of the global south or the other side? Because even when it comes to voting, UN voting, we always take sides. We take sides because of the funding that we receive. If the Americans come today and tell us, if you don't do this, then we are going to withdraw the $50 million that we give you for ARVs, what are we going to do? So we dance to their tune as they beat their drums. Maybe the other thing is that, don't you think if this piece of legislation comes into force, it can be abused by the powers that be? Just like we can suspect sometimes that maybe the registrar societies and, the Public Order Act, sometimes some pieces of legislation may be sweet as they come, but in the end, politicians have a way of abusing these pieces of legislation. They'll find loopholes somewhere to come in, because somehow maybe it can disadvantage the, political parties. And maybe, lastly, the establishment of these political parties, because the way they come, they just get people from the collusion of the willing, those that are willing to join the party. And most of the people that come to the fore in most cases, you discover that they actually don't have the expertise. Most of them are not educated. So you form a political party of grade 12s. How do they handle issues of finances? Because that now means that you need to employ people that have, expertise in terms of, banking and finance. Now, how do you do that?
Maybe
how
if
do you
you
employ
can
them?
summarize for us your
Yes.
question. We only have
So
about
the
5
question now
minutes
is,
to end, and
how
we've already
do you-
asked 2 questions. So
Maybe I-
maybe we allow the other
Okay,
hand
maybe let me
behind
end
to
here.
also ask.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dorothy Chinyanta, and I've been following the discussion with keen interest. So, Madam Leah has already alluded to the fact that even before we talk about the actualization of Article 60, we already have some pieces of legislature that are already in force. So my question is, what are the levels of adherence? Because this will give us a projection of how Article 60 will be adhered to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy, for that. I'll turn back to my panelists with those questions that we have on the floor. One was a reflection, and at the end, there was a question which was posed to say, how can we hold the political parties accountable if already they're refusing to be held accountable once they're still in opposition? Then how do we expect to hold them accountable once they form governments? The other one was around the mandatory declaration or disclosure in view of private sector. What protection mechanisms will be put in place for those private sector that support political parties in terms of financing? And the other one was around foreign funding and its implications on the country and its policies. We seem to be so much dwelling on political party financing, but what about the foreign funding that comes into this country? And also, if we put in place the political party financing law, how is it going to be insulated from abuse by the ruling parties, as we have seen how other laws are abused by ruling party? And the last one is around levels of adherence, if already we are not even adhering to Article 60, which is in our constitution, without putting in place a substantive operative legislation to support it. Over to you. Leah, you can start. And as you finish, probably you could also give us your ending or conclusion remarks. Then we'll move on to Mr. Chintu, and then we'll end with Mr. Chimuka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll start with the last one from Dorothy around the level of implementation. I must say that Zambia is one country that has some of the most progressive policies. We also have some positive legislation in place, but I think our level of implementation still needs quite a lot. It leaves a lot to be desired. And for instance, earlier on, I did allude to the Financial Intelligence Center trend analysis report for 2024, which revealed that there were more than 804 suspicious transactions that were reported. But today, if we ask how many of those have been followed up, you'll find that they're minimal. And this links to the question around foreign financing. Most of these suspicious reports involved foreigners and foreign companies. So already you can see that the interest from the external pressure that is coming into Zambia is quite a lot. And I think this is why this political parties bill would be important, because it's a first step towards trying to pierce the veil and reveal the beneficial owners behind these, for instance, 401 companies, corporate vehicles, but then also understanding also these individuals that were behind these suspicious transactions. And it will interest you to note that these are private sector driven, and so meaning their interest when they expose themselves to the politicians before they're in government, and also whilst they're in government is also the tenders that are there. And I think this also now responds to the issue that Dr. Smutani brought in around the interest usually for IFFs, which is illicit financial flows, is to the main opposition political parties as well as the party in government, because there's almost short-term to medium-term immediate benefits. When you look at what Mr. Mbazima raised in terms of state capture, I think that it's an important aspect to look at, but not everything that is coming from outside is bad. So we need to have an open mind and see how we also look at our own realities back home and see what works for Zambia. So having this conversation the way we are having is important. It's a step in the right direction. And it's up to us as Zambians to say, this is the kind of law that we want. So we tend to cherry pick and maybe even create something that might be new. So not everything that is homegrown or foreign might be bad. So we need to have that openness. The Gupta state capture case was actually revealed because of such conversations, because of such pieces of legislation. So we need to have this in Zambia. Secondly, the issue of targeting opposition political parties especially, this is another reality that we have to deal with. Speaking from a civil society perspective, we've had pieces of legislations which we believe have been developed from a human rights, they've not been developed from a human rights-based perspectives. And I think we've been engaging, advocating. So we do hope then that whatever law is going to come in place, it must have safeguards. And I think the best safeguard we can have in a democracy is an empowered citizenry. Like I was giving an example, just the last few weeks and days, we've been supposedly a civil society organization speaking on behalf of the masses. Then you find the same masses being paraded to say, we don't want this. So it is frustrating, but should we stop? We need to continue, because posterity then will judge us and people will be able to see who was right and who was wrong. But it's issues related to these issues around state capture that you see civil society rising. Finally, but not least, to Malala. The question you ask about citizens, how do they get involved? How does civil society increase work around this? And for me, it's about connecting some of these often seemingly complex issues to their daily lives. Do they understand that the poor service delivery in the health sector, in the education sector, the inability of their child who's got a 6 points to get a bursary as a result of state capture, elitism, nepotism, and many forms of corruption? So I think we need to speak the people's language for voters to understand that they need to stay engaged. Then we still have to speak truth to power. And I like these days where we have the digital space, because you see, what I say whilst I'm in opposition, somebody just has to go on my timeline and they should be able to ask questions around the promises I made. And if I've changed my mind because of new information or new experience, it's okay to ask your political leader why they have changed their mind. And they have the responsibility to respond and not to demonize what is happening. So I think I still am a proponent of continued activism, continued conversation, continued dialogue. And finally, in closing, Nalucha and the audience, I'd like to say that transparent political financing is not an attack on any political party, those that are in power and those that are in opposition, but rather it is a safeguard for our democracy and a step in the right direction towards transparency and accountability, which is something that we must get used to. Those that are holding the power and those that rights holders. If we get political financing right, we'll strengthen institutions, restore public trust, and ensure that development serves the people and not the funders, often invisible. Civil society, ZCSD specifically, stands ready to partner with all political parties to build an open, accountable, and people-centered governance system in Zambia. And finally, it is essential that we have ethical leadership. As we vote, we need to question why we are voting for who we vote. And like I said earlier on, why is the vote still secret? Let's be responsible and stay engaged as citizens.
Thank you, Leah.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Mr. Mono Chikumbi mentioned of how some of the political parties are scared to mention who are sponsoring them because they know those in government may stop those people, dealing with the government if they are in business. And we have seen it happening where a company maybe sponsored a political party, a Zambian company. No strings are attached. And the government will be on them, even blacklisting them from participating in government contracts. So maybe that could be one of the problems that some political parties may not want to review who are funding them. As Citizens First, we believe in parties being regulated where financing is concerned, because by doing that, then we are going to make sure that our governments are not going to be captured. We are going towards the elections. Most of the political parties, most of us in the opposition haven't been allowed to meet, the would-be voters, the citizens, because that is a chance that we can explain to the people how we are going to do, things differently from maybe the party in government. And I'm sure those are the kinds of transparencies that the government in power also needs to show, especially to those participating in the political arena. We have seen how we suffered as the Citizens First when we were in the Democratic Party. I think through illicit funding, some of our members were funded by the government so that Democratic Party can be killed. And always, because there is no law that helps political party fight, such things, it just went quiet. Today we have the same problem with the Patriotic Front. The government sponsored some people. It is three, to kill the PF government. And today, the PF party, sorry. And today that issue is still quiet, and the PF is struggling, to get its party back. So as the political parties in the opposition, we go through a lot of things, and the financing, being part of it. We would love, as political parties to be funded by the government, just like the government in power also gets, funding from the government, and they don't even disclose. They will use all the government machinery to get whatever they want, to get, maybe to win a by-election. They will put in money, so much money that those who are in opposition cannot even afford, and no one questions them. So I think as the Citizen First, we will coming up with the registration, which is going to help political parties, the field leveled, so that everyone can afford. That's what I can submit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a lot has been mentioned, but let me just start by maybe reacting to a comment that has been raised by Malala. So from the TIZ perspective, even without this particular piece of legislation, we will go ahead to track campaign spending for the 2026 general elections. We have developed what we are calling a web-based tool that we are going to try and implement this time around. Our colleagues from TI Colombia have already used this tool, and it is working well. Perhaps maybe they have got advanced laws that help them to be able to collect this information. But this is what we have planned also here in Zambia, and we'll try and implement the same. We have already started engaging some of the possible or would-be candidates that would want to stand in 2026, but also to indicate that this is a particular tool that has been welcomed by some political parties because it was already tested in the Kawambwa by-election and also Petauke by-election. So we hope that it works around 2026. Then let me also maybe clear the air around issues of declaration. So when we talk of declaration or disclosure of sources of funds, it's not necessarily everything that the political parties have to disclose. It is suspicious transactions that has to be disclosed. So you put a certain amount to say if Dr. Simtani can contribute a 500 kwacha to PNUP. Honestly, I think there's no need to disclose that he gave us 500 kwacha. Or if my sister Janet can take chickens to PNUP or eggs for quails, there's no need to disclose that. But we are talking of suspicious transactions here, huge money that can flow into politics, that can risk the country being captured. So you discover that a lot of corporations, individuals, and so forth and so on will be able to support political parties. Perhaps maybe their monies are not falling above what we could call the suspicious transaction. I gave an example of Ghana. Ghana banned transactions from international corporations because those are the ones that have got strings attached. For any common Ghanaian, they are able to fund these political parties. And coming to Mr. Chikumbi's question, of course, yes, it's a difficult question to answer, and in terms of safeguards around those that are funding political parties if they are actually known. But what is most important is that what other jurisdictions are doing is that they are setting up what we call funds. And let me use an example of a democracy fund, whereby these big transactions, of course, can be channeled into this particular fund. And then a mechanism is put on how these resources can be shared among the political parties. With Mr. Kelly, of course, I want to agree with you that, of course, state capture happens, like I mentioned even in my presentation, way before a political party actually comes into power because of the aspect of the finances that captures a political power in terms of funding for these resources. Then the other aspect that I wanted to make mention of is that the issues around political financing requires to a greater extent aspects of transparency and openness. And to be able to enforce this, of course, it requires to have a very strong independent oversight institution that can be able to enforce whatever regulations, legal framework that can be put in place. Without having this strong oversight institution, it will become an academic exercise, even if we are to actualize Article 60. Because what will happen is that when these for example, Registrar of Society requires that these political parties should be submitting their financial reports at the end of the year. But none of these do submit according to our study that we recently published. And there are no sanctions that have been given to these political parties that do not submit. PNUP, they are here. Citizen First, they are here. They don't even have audited records that are on their website. Completely nothing. Only maybe the party for Madam Kateka is the one that indicated that they submit and they they put these on their website, they can be downloaded. So in terms of accessibility, completely nothing. He even indicated that even himself, he doesn't even know how the money is used. When we started this advocacy actually around campaign financing, we had different national political party structures to just assess if they know where the money comes from. You'll find that it's only the president who knows who is funding him or her. And that becomes very dangerous even for such a political party when they come into power to be accountable. So for me and for Transparency International coming from that perspective, I think if we are to nurture our democratic dispensation in terms of electoral governance and electoral integrity, it is very much important that we ensure and see to it that political financing in our country is actually regulated. Because we have so many youths here that would want to, for example, maybe test the waters in terms of standing and so forth and so on. But if elections are monetized, it becomes very, very difficult. So to be able to seal those gaps, I think the starting point is that let's regulate political party financing. And it is you, the stakeholders, including the political parties, that can actually champion and make this particular bill be enacted. And I can assure you that when this is enacted, it will become very easy for you, even for those that would go small political parties, to be able to compete with the giants. I submit.
Thank you.
Before, Madam, I think I need to make something clear.
I think we are beyond our time. We have
Yes.
gone over by 15 minutes.
It's
so
just a
I'll
1
now-
minute issue. I think you said I said I don't know how money in our party is being spent. I'll be fired from here. I didn't say that. I think people were listening. I said I'm the Secretary General, and there is a department that is responsible for spending of the money. That is the Finance Committee, sir. That's what I said. I didn't say I don't know how much money is spent.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarity as we bring an end to this panel discussion, which was looking at political party transparency and the risk of illicit financing in Zambia. Today's discussion comes at a critical moment when Zambia's democratic journey, as we approach the 2026 general elections, integrity of our political processes faces increasing pressure from opaque financing as well as from undue influence. And the troubling question is, do we have enough legislative mechanisms in place to protect us from that? And also the quality of the citizenry has come in question, and what role does the civil society play in that as we try and build an accountable Zambia, and also the structures of the political parties themselves, their formation, their accountability mechanisms, the power structures, and how those relate with those who finance them. I've been your moderator. Until next time, I would like to thank my panel for the great conversation, as well as the audience, the great question, quite engaging. And until next time, thank you. And I would like us to give ourselves all a round of applause.
You, moderator. As we bring this session to a close, we'd like to thank moderator, Madam Ziba, and distinguished panelists. And as a way of appreciation, would like to present a small token of appreciation on behalf of the organizers of the conference. We are most grateful for the contribution you've made to this. We can just take a moment to pause for the official photo. Thank you. Chimuka, you can get close to, thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for the a reminder that we signed the transparency, integrity, and peace pledges, which are designated at the back of the meeting room, as I indicated earlier. Find time to go through there, read and sign and make a pledge to what we are all calling for as an outcome from this conference. Thank you very much. We break off for tea for the next 15 minutes, then we'll be back. I'll make an announcement. So we'll be back at 11:35.
Shall we please take our seats? All right. I guess we have more people coming in. Maimbo, one last call. Yes. Yes. All right. Then we can get started. Really join Mr. President at the there. Where's Madam Imboyer? You have please sit in. Oh, she's not. You would have to sit right next to me, Madam President. So, Patrick, sit there. Let us sit in the middle because you'll be coming this way. Right, I think let's get started. So, welcome to panel 6. Our discussion. Is this thing on? Should I swallow the mic? Okay, great. Presentation through keeps going on and off. So it's to assess the state and the risk of corruption in intra-party elections and the adoption process. So again, we want to assess the state of political parties and the risk of corruption in intra-party elections and the adoption. So I'm Ruben Lifuka and I will moderate this particular panel discussion. So by way of outline, the way we're going to approach this discussion, we'll firstly have a presentation by Mr. Shindano, Patrick Shindano, to set the context so that we kind of understand what the issues are and he'll give us a perspective not just from Zambia, but from the region. And I will introduce Mr. Shindano in a short while. We'll then have discussions. Madam Savoy Mboela will be one of the discussers, and Mr. Lungisan Zulu. We are hoping that Honorable Gary Nkombo joins us because he should be the third person on this panel. But nonetheless, the show must go on. Afterwards, we're going to have a Q&A, so we'll have an opportunity for you, the audience, to participate as well, both here and the ones that are online. You'll be given an opportunity to participate. So by way of brief introduction of the panel, so Mr. Criticus Patrick Nshindano is a distinguished public policy and electoral management expert with over 18 years of senior leadership experience across international organizations, public institutions, civil society, and the private sector. I'm giving an abbreviated version of his resume. He recently served as senior electoral advisor and Malawi country program lead with the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. And as we know, he previously served as a chief electoral officer of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, providing strategic leadership which led to the 2021 general elections and the peaceful transfer of power. The rest, I'm sure, if he wants to speak to that, he will do that. Madam President, Madam Savoy Mboela, a Zambian politician who's currently, and she makes this point, currently the president of the National Democratic Congress. I'm sure she's saying in the future she'll be president of Zambia. She's a political scientist and also a strong human rights advocate and someone that has been working in the space for a number of years. And last but not the least, Mr. President, Mr. Lungisan Zulu, President of the Law Association of Zambia, a body of lawyers, as we know, but also an advocate. He's a partner in commercial law firm, Equitas Legal Practitioners, based here in Zambia. He's also the president of Savannah Law Network, a network of African law firms and lawyers, and an advocate of the Superior Courts with over 16 years professional experience. Just reading these resumes just makes it worse for me. I'm just a simple fisherman. So we have a very distinguished panel, and I'm sure we'll be able to benefit from their insights. So like I said, we'll start with Patrick just giving us an overview of the state of play insofar as electoral transparency, electoral representation, and good governance and inter-party elections are concerned. So Patrick, you have a couple of minutes just to give us that presentation to set the context, and we'll take it up with questions thereafter. So a big round of applause for Mr. Nshindano.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lifuka, President of Lightning and Thunder Party. Okay, so I was tasked to basically, firstly, good morning, everyone. Such an honor to kind of set the tone for this very, very important discussion that we're going to have today. We had a session earlier on before this one, which almost sounded similar, and it is a build-up really, and these things are quite interrelated. So it is quite an honor to set that tone. Colleagues that are helping with the slide, you can move to the slide. Yeah, so I think this is something that has already been established. Chimwemwe is calling. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I think this tone we've heard it starting from yesterday when we started the meeting of how important political parties are to our democratic dispensation as a country. But most importantly is the internal governance, particularly intra-party elections and candidate adoption process, because this basically is the foundation that then builds into how political parties function and later on form governments. So we need to take very keen interest And it does directly affect the quality of political leadership, issues to do with accountability. And we did hear a lot of this in our earlier session, issues to do with citizens' trust in public institutions as well. You will note that not just in Zambia and across Africa, what you note is a lot of opaque adoption processes, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot from our political party colleagues, Madam Imboela, the president, and of course we hope that Honorable Nkombo will be here. Some of the challenges that are there, but what is clear is that there's a lot of opaqueness around this process, which have become major entry points for corruption, patronage, and indeed gatekeeping, and the elite capture. A lot was talked about earlier this morning, including the case studies from South Africa, the case of the Gupta families and so forth. Next slide, please. So in discussing this, I think it's also important to understand that this is something that is not alien. There are international standards that have been set up for transparent political party operations, which guide, and these are basically normative standards. So globally, when we look at that, we have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. With that, it requires states to guarantee free political association and meaningful participation. So this is from the political context. And it's very important to look at this from the context of the adoption, because there is that guaranteeness in terms of the normative framework that we need to abide to as a country, but also as political parties. The UN Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, this has been the story and the song of this conference. We've all heard how we need to look at that. Calls for transparency in political financing and indeed internal governance. And then we have our very own, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which emphasizes democratic political party operations and fairness in candidate selection. So from a normative perspective, and there are so many others, even if you look at the SADC framework, the PEMO and so forth, so that will be able to speak to this. They may not directly point to say, no, as a political party, your adoption process should be this, but it provides a normative framework within which political parties should be able to operate. Next slide, please. This is also very, very important. We need to recognize what electoral system we have as a country. What is the governance system that we have as a country? And how does that impact the political participation of our citizens, but also what we're talking about, transparency in terms of adoption? The constitution of our land, which we know very well, supreme law, and the primary source of political and electoral rights, it provides a robust framework guaranteeing citizens' participation in governance and the conduct of democratic elections. Because ultimately, that is what we are looking at. Because we are a constitutional democracy as Zambia. That is what we have set for ourselves. So the fundamental political rights that are there is the sovereignty of the people under Article 5, where all power emanates from the people who exercise it directly or through elected representatives. And this is very important because now you're talking about adoption process. And the constitution is very, very prescriptive. It is not about just individuals. It is about what those individuals stand for and represent. So it's the ability for citizens to be able to participate in the governance of their country, either directly or through elected representatives. Democratic governance under Article 4, which clearly spells out Zambia is a sovereign, unitary democratic state founded on the principles of multi-party democracy and constitutionalism. So multi-party democracy, we need to recognize the flourishing of multipartism in this country. This is constitutional. It's something that we've prescribed for ourselves. We are a multi-party democracy, and we need to make sure that multi-party democracy thrives. So our systems should be able to respond to that aspect of multipartism and constitutionalism. Extremely important. And I'm sure legal counsel will talk to some of these factors. Political participation. Citizens have the right to participate in political processes and choose their leaders through free and fair elections. And this aspect of choosing has to emanate from the lower structure, adoption. Are the candidates right that a political party is adopting? Next slide. So in terms of what we are discussing today specifically, when you look at Article 60, to promote and practice democracy through regular, free, and fair elections within the party. So this is the article that talks about political parties in the Constitution. So it is a constitutional requirement that political parties should be able to practice democracy through regular, free, and fair elections within the party. And 363 talks about political parties not engaging in corrupt practices. Can somebody pay Chimwemwe, please? Chimwemwe keeps calling. Yeah, so you can clearly see the link there. There is the recognition of regular, free and fair elections, but there is also recognition that the political party should not engage in any corrupt practices. Next slide, please. So in principle, this is basically what primary elections will talk about. And primary elections, you're talking about the adoption process in itself. So the internal party processes that choose the political party's candidates, whatever level of election that one is taking for the next general elections or holding internal elections, whichever it is, if it's a by-election, that is how it's done. But also the modalities of how these are done differ per party. So exactly how this is done depends on the legal framework, both internal party rules, as well as informal practices. We have seen this, and I'm sure our colleagues from the political parties will be able to speak to this. And in essence, primary elections help the political party select candidates who is most likely to win a general elections by consulting a considerable number of those who are likely to vote for the party's candidates. So that is main the objective. So they'll look at the popularity of that candidate. And remember the link now with the citizens. So it's not an issue of a party imposing, and you'll see as I proceed why this becomes problematic later. Next slide, please. So there are international best practices in adoption processes. I'm trying to be as quickly as I can. I'm just supposed to set the tone. And this is just kind of guide us when you're looking at these adoption processes. And a number of international organizations have done a lot of work around this. International IDEA, for once, has also done some good work around this adoption process. You could look that up. But one of the key principles is clear and publicly available party rules. Yeah. So political parties need to ensure that they publish their constitutions, nomination procedures, eligibility criteria, and timelines, just as you would have, for instance, in a general elections, as guided by the Constitution, Electoral Processes Act, and so forth, the requisite legislation that guides. At political party level as well, that needs to be the same. It needs to mirror that. You need to provide clear rules which are going to guide that adoption process. Transparent candidate vetting and scoring mechanisms are also very important. This has to be there. What is the criteria that you're using to be able to vet your various candidates? Internal electoral commissions are also important. Intra-party electoral boards to supervise primaries and to resolve disputes. Members should be vetted neutral and appointed transparently. So this becomes very important. Financial transparency in adoption processes. You will note that most of these international standards would even call for capping of fees as opposed to leaving them arbitrary. So a political party would set up a cap in terms of how the nomination fees would be, disclosure of campaign expenditures. We're talking about political parties disclosing. The same applies to individuals that are vying. And this has to be there. Publicizing fundraising rules and prohibiting buying adoption. So you can clearly see a mirror when you're talking about political party legislation vis-a-vis what happens intra-party rules. Inclusive representation, issues to do with gender, youth, persons living with disability, and so forth. And indeed, the prevention of dominance by elites or regional power networks. This is a huge problem in most political parties. Effective intra-party dispute resolution mechanisms. This, from my observation, this is one of the weakest structures in most political parties. They do not have very effective dispute resolution mechanisms, and has tended to really be a point of fragility in most political parties. Next slide, please. So, in terms of the state of political party governance and adoption process in Zambia, when you look at the legal and policy framework, like I earlier indicated, it's mainly guided by the Constitution, Article 60, 2, D, and 3C. This is as it pertains to just the adoption processes, regular elections, and of course, not participating in corrupt practices. Zambia, as we all know by now, lacks a comprehensive Political Parties Act, leading to weak regulation, wide discretion in party governance, mainly reliant on constitutions, limited transparency obligations, and what you see is that inter-party constitutions vary significantly, both in specificity as well as in enforcement. Some, I doubt if they even have constitutions, piece of paper that are held in people's bedrooms and so forth, and they account for constitutions. So these are some of the weaknesses that you have. So current challenges in adoption processes, and these are general. I will speak to Zambia specifically. Opaque decision-making processes, central committees or leaders often make unilateral choices, and we've seen this quite a lot. Monetization of adoption processes. There are numerous reports, if you go on the media, of payments, inducements, and patronage, which affect fairness in terms of who is adopted. Sextortion is becoming a huge problem as well. It's silent, but it is a huge problem, especially for women participation, using sexual blackmail and abuse to solicit adoption. Gatekeeping and elite capture. Local structures can be overridden by national leadership. Those that are in the forefront will determine who should be adopted and who shouldn't be adopted, whether they're popular or not, depending on the factors that favor them. Weak dispute resolution, I did speak to this earlier on, and indeed limited representation, which we have seen. We are busy crying about the constitution in terms of inclusion and so forth. At party level, at adoption process, if this is a mechanism that is adopted effectively, you wouldn't even need to be talking about what we are talking about, proportional representation in parliament. You'd be able to strengthen that. Next slide. So the risks that have been observed within Zambia, evidence in Zambia, which are similar to the limitations that I spoke about. Vote buying is very rampant. Delegates or committee members receive direct monetary inducements. We've heard that now it's even getting to parliament. There are rumors of inducements for constitution. Honorable Mpundu, I'm expecting a share. Yeah. Selling adoption certificates. This is very, very common. And this is something that I also experienced whilst at the commission. You would have people coming with 3-4 adoption certificates on one position. So this is very, very common. Candidates pay party officials or influence networks to secure those. Abuse of incumbency. We've already heard stories, fights are ensuing in preparation for 2026 of how this is a problem, where sitting MPs use state resources or influence to edge out challenges. Yeah. So you can't challenge me because I'm an incumbent, and you use the resources. And then, of course, manipulation of party registers. This is to influence your electoral college. Unfair fees, inequitable nomination fees, which exclude those that do not have the power, women, and so forth. Elite-driven dispute resolution. So you have this central committee. If the central committee is not agreeable, even within that central committee, there are also power play. And ultimately, we have this system of political parties where the presidents are almost kings. what the president says goes. So it's quite a huge challenge. And the last one there, which you're not seeing, is the issue of sextortion, which again needs to be really spoken to. A lot of our women are facing a lot of abuse in the adoption process, and most of them are very silent. They don't come out. But this is a huge problem in this country and needs to be looked at. Next slide. Those are just illustrations. You can clearly see that it's widespread, and I picked deliberately on two seemingly, and I'm saying seemingly because the political parties really get mad when you say, no, the big ones and what, there's no such thing as a big party and small party. So the former and the current party, you can see the reports are there in terms of corruption in adoption processes. That's just an illustration of accept. If you go online and just check these, you'll find numerous stories around this abuse that goes there and the issue to do with transparency. Next, please. So implications for governance, and this is quite important, and you clearly see the link why primaries are very important. And some people may say, no, this does not affect me because it's a political party's own business, but this has an impact overly on the entire governance structure of our country. It reduces public trust in parties and democracy, because what happens at the political party, it goes into national elections into government. So it is really a serious issue that needs to be looked at. Fuels corruption when candidates recoup costs after winning office, because they have spent so much money in trying to bribe the officials and so forth. So once you're given that portfolio, now you're trying to work around, how do I recoup the money that I put in there? Produces leaders selected for loyalty or wealth, not competency and integrity. And this is a big problem. And we've even seen it even in our own house, in parliament, how bills are voted. They are voted on loyalty basis as opposed to integrity. What is it that as a country we need? What do we stand for? But that is rooted right from the very foundations, adoption processes. Somebody was given a favor, no, because I'm going to do this for you, and you adopted. That same favor carries on into parliament, and you see why we even have weak legislation and so forth. It is a huge problem. Weakens constitutionalism. Here we are talking about constitution amendment process, checks and balances, and policy accountability. A lot of people have a lot of anxiety, even the constitution amendment process going to parliament. Why do they have anxieties? Because they lack trust in the members of parliament. And they have seen, because members of parliament, even in the process of adoption, the issue of loyalty, wealth, and so forth, and positioning comes into play, as opposed to integrity and principle and the greater good of our country. Next slide. This is now ending. This is basically a recommendation in terms of how we can enhance transparency. So one of the things that political parties need to look at, clear and consistent guidelines to kind of guide how intra-party processes are done as it pertains to adoption. Independent electoral committees within the parties, these need to be set up. You cannot be the judge and jury. Apply objective and transparent vetting standards. What is the criteria for the selection of those that are vying for particular positions so that it's transparent? If one is adopted, you clearly know why they've been adopted, as opposed to opaque processes. Introduce equitable nomination fees that are going to facilitate for inclusion and regulate, indeed, campaign financing within the party, because you have a lot of candidates that will come in with money and be able to influence the processes. Digitize membership records. This is important. There's been a lot of manipulation in the electoral college of political parties, just to suit a particular candidate, and they start fidgeting with who should vote within that party and so forth. So these are important that they need to do that. Internal conflict resolution mechanisms are equally very, very important to resolve this. And then, of course, the issue of inclusion. And independent observations are very, very important. You'll see that countries, for instance, like Kenya, the EMB there, which is the electoral management body, is also mandated to manage political party primaries. That is something that you can look at in terms of reform in your legislation. But if not, you can always bring in independent to be able to observe how the process primaries and how they are done in terms of adoption process. In conclusion, I should believe that's the last one, yes. Transparent, predictable, and corrupt-free adoption processes are foundation to credible elections, accountable leadership. I cannot overemphasize this. Leaders must be accountable. Leaders must not be shy to be held accountable. And we've seen this over and over, where now even if you question a leader, there's alleged, if a leader is alleged to be corrupt, if you don't have evidence, you're prosecuted. Then why are you in public office if you're allergic to accountability? You're a representative of the citizens. If your actions are going to affect me at a personal level, I should be able to hold you to account. And the Constitution is very clear. You are my representative, and governance entails that. I hold you accountable because you represent me. Either I'm supposed to participate in governance processes directly or through an elected representative. Indeed, if I hear a whisper that you've stolen money and I ask, just clarify that whisper. Don't say, no, it's liable because you have defamed me. No, you're in public office. You need to be held accountable. And democratic consolidation. Let's not slide. We have seen the sliding of democratic credence for most countries, Zambia inclusive. We need to build on that which we have already laid the foundation on, strengthen political party. We are a multi-party constitutional democracy, and let's not undermine that in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for setting the tone. I think you've provided a very good overview of the issues, and you've given us a perspective of international best practices as well. I want to turn to Madam Savoy. Maybe give us now a perspective from what is happening on the ground. I mean, you running a political party. Firstly, I just want to understand, and I should have said this at the beginning. I'm sure a number of you have been on my panel, so you receive questions from me. It's as good as forget about those questions because the questions will change. I want us to have a conversation, so I prefer to have a conversation. So first and foremost, I want to believe as a political party, you have a constitution. Is this aligned with the national constitution and some of those best practices that Patrick was talking about? And is that a common practice that party constitutions will be aligned, well aligned with the national constitution and international best practices?
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
It's funny that I'm failing to operate a mic, eh? Okay, yeah, certainly, if you look at most constitutions, I think they try as much as possible to do that, you know. But the sad part is that sometimes when political parties write their constitutions, they do that for the sake of registering a political party, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and when they change certain things about the constitution, normally it's the political things about the constitutions, you know. What Mr. Shindano has outlined here, most of them are the way they are supposed to be like this. But when it comes to practice, of course, it's totally different, you know, because the adoption process prioritizes money, sadly. You'd find that political parties, from the application fee, there's a lot of money that candidates have to pay. When they bring out the criteria,
It's sad that Honorable Nkombo is not here because in my examples, I'll be giving a lot of examples from UPND and NDC, okay? Because I was a UPND member before I became NDC. And in UPND, I was a candidate. In NDC, I am the president, so both examples I think are very important, So having said that, I remember in UPND, they would actually publicize the adoption criteria, and resourcefulness would be one of them. The candidate has to be popular, they have to be resourceful and everything. And what they mean by resourcefulness is that you have to know where to get money from. You need to be a candidate that comes to the table with something, not necessarily broke. And I remember at some point, they were telling us to say, even your bank accounts will be part of the adoption documents that you need to present, and I remember as candidates, we really complained to say, why do we have to do that, but I think at some point that was more or less like not allowed because of how people had complained. So I find that there's normally that. In NDC, I'll be very frank with you, we've not really had the chance to publicize adoption criteria because the competition has not really been that stiff, So you find that because the party is not that big. Mr. Shadon did say political parties never like this word of a small party, big party, which is very true. But for the sake of clarity and this presentation, I'll be very honest and I'll say because NDC is not as big as other parties like the UPND, for example, the competition normally when we have by-elections is not that much. So you find that sometimes just having two candidates is good enough, Sometimes you only have one, that very one candidate. So in that case, there's no need to do that. But I remember in 2021, when we went in for the general elections, because there was competition at that time, we did that. And the general elections 2026, when we're going to have many people coming on board, we definitely are going to do that. So like I said, a good number of these things that have been presented here, that is how it normally is. But because man being who he is, you'd find that they really try to manipulate certain processes. The Electoral College itself. I think one thing which I didn't come out so much from the presentation is the issue of the Electoral College. Because when you have the adoption process, you put in place an Electoral College. So you find that political parties will say the Electoral College will be formed from, let's say, 5 people from each structure. So the ward committee, you get, let's say, the chairperson, the women's chairperson as well, the youth chairperson, and maybe 2 others, So by the time you're having the Electoral College, the candidates know the criteria for which an Electoral College has been formed. So with that, they get the list of the names who are appearing there. And that's where even the corruption starts from. So when you have this a list of people, to say, if I give this person 2,000, this one, that one, then I'm done. In the past, we'd even have situations whereby candidates would quarantine the Electoral College. You get them and they go and sleep at a certain lodge. The candidate is feeding them and everything. And those people that have been quarantined come straight from where they've been quarantined or kidnapped straight into the election room, and they vote for you. So all those things are things that have been happening. As extortion also, like I mentioned here, it's very, very bad. I think I've been very, very critical and open about it myself publicly, and even with the meetings and committees that we have with organizations like the Women's Lobby, for example. I've made it very clear to say, if we do not address sexual harassment in political parties, the number of women, for example, continue to be low. So my suggestion has been, why don't we have more or less like a blueprint of a sexual harassment policy as 9 political parties that are working with the Women's Lobby, and then from there, all the parties that are working with you adopt this, as a policy, and then the others are going to join. Otherwise, that is a very, very thing. So these are amongst the things that I thought I should bring out. The issue of money is very big during adoption, and then also the people that make decisions, trying also to manipulate and take advantage of people. And by the way, when we have meetings with women, I've also been advising women to find themselves in the main structure. Because again, the way political parties are formed, you have the main structure of the party, then the women's wing and the youth wing. And the power lies really in the main structure. So women should not only be in the women's wing. The youth should not only be in the youth wing, be where the real power is, the structure itself. But being this patriarchal society that we are, you'd find that even the way that the language is in political parties, it's all male dominant, you know. For example, when you talk about Lusaka province chairman, you know, the chairman, the national chairman of the political party, those should be degendered, you know. These should be the provincial chairperson, you know, the national chairperson of a political party. Well, NDC has that, by the way. But you find most political parties is chairman, chairman, chairman. So you find that even when they're going for elections, already the title is chairman, and the women stay away, you know. But once you have a situation whereby the power of political parties is really devolved into the hands of everybody, both the men, the women, I think even the adoption process is really going to be helped because we'd have both men and women sitting on those tables in almost like the equal numbers and be able to help out the candidates.
Yeah, but let's just take that to a certain level to just discuss that a little bit. I think from what you're saying, it starts with how you recruit members. Because if you recruit predominantly male members of the party, these then make up the party structures. And ultimately, they will determine what becomes the electoral college. My interest, therefore, is how do you undertake internal party elections? Are they also transparent? Are they also competitive? Do you have issues of money even at the lower level structures of the party? Maybe just give us a feel of that from your experience, both from UPND and now being NDC. Of course, later on, I'll ask you then what changes are you making to make NDC that model party? But maybe let's talk about membership recruitment, setting up all structures. What's happening now? What's the state of play?
Okay, you know, it's very funny that almost all political parties, I think there are more women than men there. Okay. But when it comes to the leadership, there are more men than women, you know. And in political parties or in politics, there's a saying where we say that once you have women, then you have a political party, you know, because women are very dependable when it comes to these political parties. So you'd find that when it comes to mobilization, going on the ground, doing whatever, the women are in big numbers. But when it comes to the leadership, shockingly, it's the men that are leading these political parties. The women, more than men, rather more than money, sometimes you have an issue of confidence, you know. For example, when I took over the NDC, I was very deliberate when it came to choosing who leads what position. You know, for example, being a woman, my vice president is a man, the SG is a man, the vice president, the vice SG is a woman, the national chairperson is a man, the vice is a woman. So I was very, very clear on that one. When we could not find a female SG, you know, I mean, and that is from the many members who are women, but just the SG could not be found easily. When I identified an SG, I told her, we need to move you from this position to that position. And she was the first person to say, no, I can't, you know. You know, SG, I need to talk, I need to do this, I need to write this, and I'm not able to do this. And I was like, you don't necessarily need to do that. We've had SGs before that could not do that. And I remember being a member of the NDC, doing a lot of SG work, you know, so there'll be other people that can do your job without you necessarily doing it. But it took a lot of time, you know, to convince that person until finally she agreed to be in that position. But for men, you'd find that even when they don't qualify, they'll be very fast to take the positions, you know. So, you know, so the men are very confident, you know. When NGOs come on board, they want to train our members and everything. You tell the party members to say, can I have, if it's the youth, can I have 5 guys and 5 women? Let's meet at 14 hours. By 14 hours, all the 5, the male will be there. The females, maybe there'll be 1 or none. And they start calling, no, Tilibe transport. So the issue of transport with women is everywhere, really. You know, so for women, you really have to go an extra mile. You know, some organizations, I remember Sila at some point was like, we're going to give you more time. Because even the deadline by then, there was something that we're doing with them. And the deadline had gone and no woman had applied, you know. So they had to be given more time. So every time you're handling women, there's just that extra thing that you have to do, you know. So to cut the long story short, for NDC and my experience, on the ground and the way that things have been happening, I think more than money, the issue of confidence really comes in. The women are not as confident as the men. They're not risk takers. Even when you have women in certain positions, for example, men can be working in these other places and everything. They would say, this is what I want to do. I want to be a politician in the next so many years. So I'll do this, I'll be in the background. But for women, you always have to push, you know, to do certain things. So
all right,
let's carry that, yeah.
Okay. I'll leave it at that for now, but I'll just leave you with the thought because I want you to come back to this. Would you say political parties in Zambia are democratic? Are they meeting up to the democratic standards set out in Article 60, which talks about promoting and practicing democracy within the party ranks, etc.? So think about that. I'll come back to you. Let me turn to Council. I've already promoted him to State Council. He's already silk. So, President Lungi said, again, I know you may have your own notes, but as you know, when you go in court, things change.
Indeed.
And now we're changing the scenery a little bit. Patrick highlighted a number of international best practices. He talked about normative standards, etc. To what extent do you think our constitution and just a legal framework in Zambia to do with political parties are well aligned with these standards? Are we off the mark? Are we aligned? Is there work still that needs to be done in order for us to really meet up with these standards?
Thank you for that question, and excited to be here discussing a political topic, which for lawyers who are non-political is always a new ground. But the question is important in terms of to what extent do we align with international standards. I think insofar as the constitutional level is concerned, I think there's a robust guide and guidance to political parties to ensure that democracy, intra-party democracy is robust, as well as ensuring that democracy is practiced insofar as election of candidates and participation of all members of that party are concerned. I think the weakness comes once we leave the supreme law of the land at the highest level in terms of the constitution. Going further down at the practical implementation level, unfortunately, we don't have any specific legislation that could guide political parties what that means. I mean, the constitution merely provides and demands that we must promote a democracy. How that churns out on a day-to-day basis in a big party and in a small party is a totally different issue. And therefore, there's a big gap insofar as the legal framework is concerned to guide day-to-day operations. There are not even guidelines below the maybe Act of Parliament. There are no guidelines that a party that is starting today can easily adapt and then begin to do democracy. So I think there's a weakness insofar as the legal framework supporting political parties in the country is concerned. All we do have are aspirational safeguards or standards that are contained in the Constitution. But no one can hold accountable a party to say you are failing to hold democracy to this level, because there's nothing explaining to any political party what that level is. The expectation is that, and I think Mr. Shintano brought it out very clearly, that if we had a political parties bill, a legislation or political parties act, this is where we expect that the actual guidance of what political parties must be doing should sit. Below that level, there must be either statutory instruments, there must be some guidelines, and there must be some soft law that can be promoting intra-party democracy and governance, as well as adoption of candidates. But I guess that's where the window of opportunity lies, because below an Act of Parliament, which will take a lot of time, we've seen many attempts in this country. In 2017, I think it's in 2003, there have been various attempts to come up with a political parties bill. It has failed clearly, and I think I saw a point someone made earlier, that for political parties in power, they feel legislating this space is merely arming the next successor to them. So there's no incentive for the political party in power to promote this type of legislation. And because we've left it to politicians, citizens also don't demand that there must be this specific legislation, because ultimately it promotes good governance in the country. It promotes democracy, which will be elevated at the next level in terms of national level. Political parties are the necessary of our governance institutions. So we must now be looking at what can we be doing in the absence of specific legislation at this space. Having and sitting in such a platform, I would be saying institutions such as TIZ, LAS inclusive, and even yours, Mr. Lefuka, Chandler, can then start developing some guidelines for political parties, which can easily be adapted by political parties. If there was a standard, for example, for adoption of candidates in a political party, detailed 1 to 20 or 1 to 10, it's out there, then parties could begin getting, not that it's mandatory, but we give them something to begin with. It costs money to develop governance systems, as well as ensure that there is true intra-party democracy. We could help by bridging the gap and developing these materials, which can then be made available. Then the next level of going to an act of parliament becomes a natural progression. So to answer your question, I think we are good insofar as constitutional level is concerned. The rest of it, unfortunately, we are suffering from the history of viewing political parties as private clubs. We don't care what they do until they form government, and then we are wondering why democracy is breaking down.
In fact, that's a nice segue to what I was going to ask. What are the inadequacies of having political parties registered under the Societies Act? The Societies Act is an old piece of legislation, and we register political parties under that act. From your legal perspective, what do you see as the inadequacies of having political parties registered under that act?
There are quite a number of disadvantages to the country as a result of an archaic legislative framework for governing political parties. We must appreciate that under the Societies Act, there are a number of clubs. There are dance clubs in thousands. There are women clubs in thousands. There are churches that are also regulated there. So it's humanly impossible to have sufficient manpower to regulate or ensure that democracy is being practiced, and there's a policing framework for this to be done. So what we are then seeing is there's really whatever constitution you put across at registration level, no one even cares whether it's followed or not. And there are no sanctions whatsoever for anyone who is not abiding. The expectation is that as you operate throughout the year, at the end of the year, you file returns. If there is any failure to comply with what is expected of you, there must be some sanctions from the regulator. But the absence of a strong regulatory framework of political parties makes it impossible for us to build any democratic tenets, and which are then rolled out at that level. Additionally, this is an odd act, obviously. It predates the Constitution. So democracies are known insofar as Societies Act is concerned, at least not to the same level as the way Article 60 expects, that you would be promoting the principles, national principles and values in the Constitution, which include democracy and constitutionalism. That the Act doesn't speak to anything like that. So I think manpower and the fact that this is an odd legislation looking at everything called a club makes it, I think, quite a miscarriage of justice to continue to look to that piece of legislation to birth a party that will be responsible for driving Zambia forward insofar as democracy and national development is concerned.
Great. I'm glad you added the last bit. If you're just going to end at Zambia forward, it could have taken a different. All right. Patrick, let me come back to you before we go to the audience. Are there examples where there's good regulation of political parties, checking on inter-party democracy, ensuring that all the grievance procedures are in place, marginalized groups do participate? In the African context, are there any good best practices that we may look at?
Thank you. I thought I would go scot-free after providing.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. I think there are quite a number when you look at the region. Case in point, I think I did speak to one, which is of Kenya, where the electoral management body in Kenya does participate in primaries as it pertains to each political party, how they conduct that, they monitor, and to some extent also provide the guidelines on how that should be done. So that is one of those areas. And this is why even in my recommendation, I was talking about developing and encouraging independent, first and foremost, commissions within the party that would be able to manage their intra-party democracy when it comes to that aspect, but also being able to be open, just as the country would be open to scrutiny by inviting domestic and international observers. Political parties should also be open to scrutiny, where observers should be able to come through. TIZ, when UPND is holding their convention, PF is holding their convention, they'll be there to see how they're doing, how the electoral college has been formed and so forth. Another example is South Africa. They have a political parties legislation. The EMB does play a role in terms of financing as it pertains to intra-party limited, but because of the mechanisms that are there within the political parties bill for accountability, it provides as a benchmark or a shield for what happens at the primary level. Because if the political party does not do well at the primary level, it has an implication in terms of the financing, which is prescribed in the Political Parties Act. Even Malawi has a political parties bill which talks to funding and how that is regulated, especially as it pertains to sources of funding and so forth. So there are examples that we can pick on, and I think it's an issue of how do we take advantage of that. We have a window, an opportunity. Yes, we do not have legislation yet, but this is where now we can look at some of these practices within the region and adopt them to our own context to be able to do that. But in the interim, I think the onus also goes on how do we impress it upon political parties as they go. Now we are getting into an election next year, that some of these things are put in place, especially as it pertains to transparency, clear guidelines that are going to guide how their primaries are conducted, the adoption processes and so forth, but also being able to be accessible to external scrutiny.
Okay. Just one small question, a small rider to that. You've been at the helm of ECZ. Would ECZ realistically have the capacity to monitor or to participate in the internal democratic processes of political parties, monitoring the primary elections, providing guidance, etc.? Given everything that it has to do in the Zambian context, is there a capacity to do that? Speaking at the time you were there, maybe after you left, they employed 10,000 more people, but before you left, would you think ECZ would have that capacity?
Yes or no? I think they would be hesitant to take on that responsibility given our political context. But it is a responsibility which I think they would be able to manage. Because when you're talking about primaries, it's basically like they facilitate, for instance, for elections for LAS. ECZ would be invited to go and conduct that. So they'll look at the process. What is your constitution as LAS? What does it say as it pertains to electoral college? What needs to be done? And they will ensure that they implement that. So in a similar way, to ensure that there's independence and that the process is undertaken, that mandate can be provided so that the ECZ follows the regulations or the law, if it's a party constitution or other guidelines as may be put by a political party, are followed to the latter. And if it is also attached, for instance, to issues to do with legitimacy as it pertains to registration as a requirement that one, in line with our constitution, regular elections, one would entail that that would now become as a certification on the part of the commission where it says, yes, this political party did conduct this. But again, it's a very thin line. And I think when you look at the proposals that are being done, because of the mistrust in terms of independence and so forth, there is now the suggestion of coming up with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. And I think it would best be suited there and capacitated to be able to undertake some of these functions.
Great.
Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
I wanted
sir.
to comment on that, and I
Please
think
go
it's an
ahead.
important question
Yes.
in terms of what ECZ can play and whether they have capacity.
Yes.
I think we must create demand so that if indeed political parties are going to ECZ asking for their intervention to, supervise these primaries, then it's incumbent on ECZ to look beyond itself, but it's in its own name to look at what other stakeholders can be brought on board to deal with that demand. I like giving an example of Zambia We Want. When they were having their elections at the executive level, they wrote to the Law Association of Zambia. Ordinarily would have said, look, we're not ECZ, we are a body of lawyers, but we said, look, this is something to be encouraged. So we wrote to Zambia We Want and gave them names of people that we thought could support the process. Because of an independent person that went there and supervised the entire process, Lars participated. This is a role we would do even if we were invited through ECZ. If the request had gone to ECZ and they said, so look, we are very busy to organize national elections, but we'll find you someone who will sit there in the name of ECZ. I think the beauty would be we increase the credence of the elections at lower level. So we must be encouraging this practice and then deal with how do we deal with the demand going forward, but not attempting because maybe there are many other competing interests. The country is losing out. The proposal for a registrar of political parties is good, but that again is an issue that requires legislation. We don't know whether it will happen today or tomorrow or ever. But there are things we can begin doing even now. And I think there are institutions that are credible enough to fill the gap, both in terms of supervision as well as rules that can be rolled out from all of us. I thought I should contribute on that. Thank you.
No, I think that's very important. Where's Maimbo? Maimbo, you have to keep me in check because we can talk until tomorrow. But I'm going to turn to the audience. Before I do that, I was looking at Uncle Bob Levent. I'm sure you remember members of Electoral College being held captive at Mulungushi Rock of Authority so as not to challenge one Super Ken. But that's another story for another day. But are there questions, comments from the audience? Let me see those that want to ask questions. I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's start with the 4. Walia, you may need to get a microphone. Please state your name, be very brief. We only start preaching from Friday up to Sunday, so now we want very brief interventions, please.
Thank you. My name is Naku Chivuno. I'm National Treasurer for Party of National Unity and Progress. I think the first thing I wanted to speak to is for the political parties. Why don't we look at a mechanism, especially in the context of the political parties bill which is being discussed, where you get a standard constitution for the political parties, because then it's easier to police them, or rather to say this is the standard that we want from you, when everybody is required to follow that standard. We know historically in this country, political parties have manipulated their constitutions in order to do certain things or remove eligibility for certain people. So I think that step would go a long way in addressing a lot of these issues, because then even the things of 50-50 women representation, you can put those in those constitutions, in that single party constitution, which all the parties now would be required to follow. So that's one of my proposals. Second proposal is on the issue of manifestos. We found in Malawi, all political parties must submit their manifestos to the National Planning Commission. So I think equally here, in terms of tracking promises and whatnot that political parties make in the manifestos, maybe that's another thing under the Registrar of Political Parties that we can see if we can compel political parties to submit their manifestos to whether the Registrar of Political Parties or in our case, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Nako. But of course, I'm sure they'll speak to this, the difference in ideology. would also need to be reflected in their constitutions. But the basic minimum, what I'm getting is that you could agree on what should be the basic minimum. Just like with the club, they will say you need to at least demonstrate how you're going to manage finances, etc. Great. I'm sure the panelists will respond to that. I'm just a fisherman trying to pretend to be intelligent. The gentleman behind there.
Thank you. My name is Given Piri from the Youth Life Project. My question, I really wish we had members from different political parties there, because it speaks more to inclusivity, because I believe that's the biggest elephant in the room, because most of the times we find, speaking for the youth, we are not included in issues to do with politics. Mostly you find most political parties have got like elderly people that are in power, and youths most of the times are used as, I can say, a medium only. After that, we are not included. So I think this will go to Madam Imboela. What sets you apart? How do you include youths and women, to say? How do you, I can say, your elections in intra-party, how do you include others? Is it 50-50, or mostly it's dominated by, like you said, other parties have got male dominating, and mostly we find that the elderlies are the ones that are in there. So my question is, how do you help us youths to be part of it? Because most of the times we're just used as a medium, especially when it comes to campaigns. You find us in the forefront being used, but after the elections, you find that we're not part of anything that is being done. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm sure we'll have that conversation, but just to put a footnote, I always love this question about young people and the assumptions that in Zambia we've not had young people participating in politics. Kaunda was 40 when he formed a government. Skotawina was just about 36. In 1991, Nawakwi was 36, thereabout, with Tembo, Ronald Penza was only 38. So every time I hear young people say, oh, we're not, I said, no, from independence, we've had very young leaders from independence. But anyway, again, I'm just a fisherman. I saw another hand at the, oh, yeah, yes, there's a gentleman there.
Okay, my name is Jafet, aspiring council. My question is anchored for the Law Association of Zambia. The Constitution mandates an open, democratic, and transparent procedure for party operations. That is Article 60. As the leading legal body, does LAS believe the current security of adoption processes used by the major parties comply with this constitutional requirement? If not, why has LAS not initiated or supported strategic public interest litigation to challenge this? Thank you very much.
Okay. So public interest litigation. We'll talk about that. Let me see. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Then we'll do the first round and then I'll come to you.
Good morning. Kind of piggybacking on my colleagues.
Just introduce yourself, ma'am.
I'm Maimbolwa Smainga.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Maimbolwa.
So I want to find out what the future of regulation with regards to political parties looks like. As we have discussed, that Article 60 currently has a lot of challenges, such as weak regulation and all of that. And I also want to direct a question to Ms. Savoy. What initiatives has she personally spearheaded at adoption process to encourage more women in politics?
All right. Let's start with Savoy. Ladies first when there's no danger, so you can go ahead. How are you encouraging young people to participate, women, and you can pick on any other question.
Okay, I'll start by saying that political parties are probably the most undemocratic institutions that I know. You know, and with any place where it's undemocratic, you have to demand your rights. You know, you have to demand for what it is that you want. For the youth, I think, like Mr. Lufuka has said, from independence, we saw that the people that liberated this country were very young. But after they took over, they never wanted to pass on the baton. You know, so it has to be you, the next set of young people, to demand for your rights and take over. I mentioned earlier on about the saying where they say, when you have women, you have a political party. There was a saying for a very long time where they would, I think it's still there, where they would say that the youth are irresponsible. You can't give the youth these positions. You can't do this, you can't do that. And yet when they go on the ground to campaign, it's the youth that they depend on. When it comes to elections, it's the youth that they depend on. So the women were preserved for dancing, entertainment, cooking, you know, going on the ground when it comes to campaign, and the youth now are reserved for violence. And the men, when they take over power, they're there comfortably seated. Look at even Zambia at independence, you know. It had to take our mothers to bear their halfway, whatever, I don't know what I want to say. But you remember the Mamachika Monikas of this world, you know, they had to go half whatever. You know the word I want to say. I'm just beating about the bush. Yeah, so they had to, okay, I found a comfortable word. They had to strip for them to more or less like demand certain things. But when they got independence, when they sat on a decision-making table as men, they remembered that Mama Chika Monica is not educated, as if many of them were educated, you know. Of course, the cabinet, they could find people that were educated here and there, but they could still find people to put on the table to say, let's reward these people in this way or that way. But for the youth and women, for me, I think over the years, it's very, very important that you demand what it is that you want. Otherwise, if you leave it to the politicians, it's going to be a mess. The women, it's even a little bit better, you know. If you look at our parliament, we've been complaining about that 12% women representation in parliament, which has been going down, by the way. You look at the 2016 parliament, this current one, very, very bad, going down instead of up. I say that 2026, if you're not careful as women, the number will even be less than 10% women representation. So we complain about that, but the youth, you'd find that most times youth representation in parliament is below 2%. So you have maybe, let's say, 1.5 representation. I don't know if there's a half human being there or I don't know, you know, but normally you'd find that youth representation does not even go above 2%. So the youth even have more a need to demand for your rights and really be part of the governing system. But for me, one thing I've come to discover or find out, however, leading a party is that most times, again, it's not really so much about the problem for the political party. It's a youth and women themselves because they don't avail themselves for leadership. I'm one person who's very, very categorical and very, very strong on ensuring that we have women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Whether in party structures or when there's an election, we say, why don't we reserve these positions or these are seats for these people and these people, and they just don't avail themselves for leadership. That lack of confidence is real. You have to sit down. No, I don't have money. No, I don't have this. We know, but we're going to help you. But for the men, trust me, the men are very, very strategic. You know, they're very, very committed. You know, even when, for example, there's a by-election in another place, because that's another thing. You know, you have to be strategic as a person that wants a certain seat. For men in political parties, when there's a by-election in Katete and he stays in Livingstone, he will participate. He will come, maybe even he'll buy t-shirts, he will do whatever. Of course, you may say it's about resources and everything, but it's about the commitment. You know, the men will show more commitment because they just know what it is. They're aggressive, you know, they're aggressive when it comes to politics. And sometimes the youth and the women may not have that, which comes to what my lady here said, what initiatives have I personally done? I have actually done quite a lot, apart from just telling my party members to say, this is what we need. We need to have more women in these positions. We need to adopt women. I've gone on TV, radio, I made those announcements. I've been to workshops, especially workshops with the persons with disabilities, where I've said, we need you to come and stand. We're going to support you, we're going to do this. So I've been doing that quite a lot. Even now, I'm appealing to women, and I've been very, very, like I said, very, very strong on this to say, sometimes it's not about the political parties, it's you that are failing to avail yourselves for leadership. And as political parties, we are here. The other fear, again, I've seen for most Zambians is that Zambians normally like it when the wagon is moving and you jump on the bandwagon. You get the point? Create something. When I was joining politics myself, I looked at MMD, I looked at PF, I looked at UPND. UPND, I think, was the third biggest party in this country. And I said, I want a party that I would help grow. Okay? That was my dream. A party I would move with, and in the next few years we form government. That was my dream. By the time I was leaving UPND, the PF were on me so much to join them. But I told myself, I don't want a party which is in government. I want a party that I would help grow. NDC was only 4 months old when I joined it, But for people in Zambia, especially women and the youth, sometimes we get scared. You want maybe a party which is already in the ruling party, or a party which you see is so big and that's where you want to be. No, sometimes have these visions whereby you say, in terms of my political growth, my political path, this is what I want and this is what I want to achieve, and to move in that direction. Otherwise, women and men, women and the youth, trust me, the space is very, very small. And the men are not ready to give up that space easily. They are not. We need to demand for it. We need to grab it. The Christians would say, by force, by fire. Okay? You don't use violence and everything, but you are there to say, this is our space and we demand it. And that's the best way to do it.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Council. Standard Constitution, is that possible? Is that an idea that can be explored? And the issue on public interest litigation, why are you not taking this up, seeing that parties may not be aligned with the provisions of the Constitution?
Thank you so much. Those are very good questions, but I wanted to comment on the youth who wanted, to be given opportunity.
They want to come and take over.
They want to come and, which is good. But I remember that there's a party for children at Ichawaiche. So I thought maybe
the leader is here.
But I remember that he's already beyond being a children.
They already have a party.
So maybe the youth are already beyond the Ichawaiche. It just in jest. But coming back to the issue of the Constitution, I think the idea is aligned with what can we be doing in the current situation before we wait for legislation. And I think it's a challenge for all of us here, Laz included, to promote some model constitution, which we can even have endorsed with all political parties and ECZ, even if it's sitting somewhere there. If you download, this is a model constitution, I think we'll be contributing greatly in terms of how intra-party governance for just the way leadership is chosen is done. That's some form of standardizing. And I know many international organizations use model laws as a way of pushing in a certain direction. So nothing stops us even from now and say, Mr. Lifuka, please promote a small workshop. Let's develop with other political players a model constitution and even a model regulation for adoption, so that come 2026, we could see 3 or 4 parties that are actually referencing that model. We would not be waiting until Parliament does something. So I think it's a brilliant idea, and we must take the challenge very seriously so that we can bridge the gap. Coming to strategic litigation, yes, strategic litigation is one of those available avenues laws can use, but I think the problem is that we have not capacitated political parties with anything for them to be guided. So merely going and telling them you have done something wrong, I think it's unfair. It's incumbent upon us. Let's give them something. And when we see there's uptake of some of the model laws or some of the good guidelines would have given, we are then empowered to say, you have no excuse for not being too democratic. After all, you can't say you are waiting for legislation which you don't know when it will come. There are still available mechanisms for you to improve. It must be seen as a second layer and not just to go for political parties and punish them. Ultimately, we may not achieve the end of strategic litigation, which is to improve governance in this space. So I think there's still more to be done before we conclude that indeed we must take them to court for appropriate orders to be made. I thank you.
Great. Patrick, maybe just speak briefly on this issue of inclusivity and just the point that Sawai made. She made a confession here, and I was trying to look for a priest just to help with this process. She says political parties are the most undemocratic. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, very worrying. First and foremost, it clearly speaks to a breach, and I think that's why, was it Mumbolwa?
Maimbolwa, yes.
Maimbolwa talked about public litigation. I think it's things like these that would prompt one to think that. But it is definitely a problem that exists in all political parties. And yes, and I'm glad that our very own president of a political party can acknowledge that political parties are undemocratic. And this is a problem that you see now escalating up into the structures. From political parties, it stems into national elections and into governance systems. And this is why even in my presentation, I was emphasizing the need to strengthen primaries, because it is a seed. It starts from there. If you're undemocratic at that level, you're uninclusive. These undemocratic tendencies go up to national elections. From national elections, they're taken into governance systems, where you have heads of states unilaterally making decisions, sidelining the masses and so forth. This is not because of something that has started there, but it's a seed that was planted at the primaries. So these are things that we need to really look at and strengthen our system. And I love what Council has indicated with regards to model laws. These are some of the things that we can be able to develop and help political parties as they shape their constitutions. And hopefully that can help in terms of enhancing democracy in our country.
Absolutely. Instead of just complaining about the problem, we can do something. Let me take the last round of interventions, very brief interventions. I've seen a hand at the back, and there's a gentleman and then madam here in front. Please be very brief. If you take more than 1 minute, I'll stand up and start dancing. So let's, for your own sanity, don't allow that to happen. Can we have a microphone? It's an incentive. Incentives. And there's no microphone there. Maimbo, maybe come and grab one here. You can grab. I think they brought it back. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
I was hoping you would grab his microphone.
This one? No.
Yes.
This one is personal to hold.
My submission is that
Just your name again, sir?
Person Kasongo,
Okay.
a spokesperson leadership movement. Having participated in creation of party constitutions and currently also working on a party constitution, and at least I had time to study such constitutions as one for UNIP, the other one for MMD, Chama Pinduzi, that's for Tanzania. I took some time just to study, and when I inform the documents, I think I'm coming from that background. What I notice is our women folk and the youths, they are looking for something that is already given to them more than most of us. And I'm saying this because there is no men wing in a political party, but there is a youth wing. and there is also a youth league, a women's league. And this league is a complete structure that has a chair lady, it has a chair, deputy chair person, and all the other executives. And not only that, like if you follow one for CF, these are also part of the main structure in that political party, and that is the executive structure. And when you look at what they are calling the main body itself, these women league are part of the main body itself. They are able to make arguments, and when there's a voting session, they're actually free to vote. And like Madam Savoy said, sometimes it is the women themselves and the youth who bring themselves down, because they usually have enough numbers as a party and as executives to vote for that woman they feel is capable of delivering and leading. But in most instances, women are their own enemies, and youths are also their own enemies. They wait for an age when they are going to feel that it is now time for them to be leaders. Who votes people in? Right now we are saying it is youths who decide who the president is going to be. We have a lot of young people, like my friend, Honorable Bean here, aspiring, young enough, but they'll say, Akalimfana. Until he reaches maybe 50 years, then they'll say, now we can vote for him. Who really is the enemy of the young people and the women themselves? I think it is themselves. So in a way, that is the first part. It is that the structure allows for women to be stronger than you and I, except maybe we speak well enough to convince them that they must not vote for themselves. Power is with the women and the youths.
All right. We'll come to that. But Japheth, you already made an intervention. Let's take the ones who haven't spoken. Let's come here to the front. Japheth can take the conversation offline. Here at the front. Yes, Dr. Mundando.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right, my question is directed to President Imboela.
But introduce yourself, Doc.
I'm Janet Mundando. I'm a member of Transparency International. I'm a board member. In the past, we have had prolific women that have led political parties. The likes of Gwendolyn Coney, very good policies, very good characters, fit for presidency. And in the recent past, we had the likes of Edith Nawakwi, very fearless, intelligent, and fit to be president. And now we have you. Madam Imboela, how do you navigate the highly patriarchal Zambian society as a political party president? Do your subordinates undermine your authority? How do you manage to lead a party that is led by, because political parties in Zambia have a face of men. So we may have more women, but the leadership is that of men. And you are a president of a political party, and you're deputized by a man, like you were trying to explain earlier. Tell me how you manage to navigate the highly patriarchal political landscape in Zambia. Do you envisage yourself as a president in the near future, or maybe 2026? How are you positioning yourself for 2026? Or if 2026 fails, how about in the future? What do you plan to do different from the other intelligent female political party leaders like yourself?
All right.
Yes.
I'm just worried, Dr. Mundando.
Okay, fine.
We need 2 hours for that topic.
All right, fine, thank you. No, we have already an appointment to talk, so we'll
Okay.
talk at a personal level.
All
Thank
right,
you.
okay. Madam Muntali, then we can have responses and we conclude. I can see
Thank
Chilando
you.
and team getting worried. We're running over time. Just go ahead.
Thank you, Moderator. Angela Mutale, TIZ board member. My contribution to start with is just trying to address the issue of women and the difficulties that they face within the political parties. And I want to mention to this August House that we are coming from a background where women are actually brought up like that. They feel they are supposed to follow after somebody who is a man in this case. And children are meant to understand that they are children. Hence, the youth face. They wouldn't want to be seen as though they are on top. However, we are actually putting a stop to this. TIZ as an organization is one of them. We have very few women, but we have a female president. So we are moving there. We are actually getting there eventually. Then I also wanted to mention to Madam President there, maybe just to ask you further, because I want to believe most of the people have actually spoken to this question, but I still feel I need to add. Are there any measures that you could put in place as we are we are trying to address the issue of primary elections, where you actually want to ensure that there is inclusivity? There is also the issue of just adoption process within the political party. Is there any measures that could be put in place at party level as we wait for the so much preached about a party bill that is actually not there? And we are still negotiating about it. And also the introduction, probably the proposal or recommendation to say we may work around that as organizations. Is there a way you could actually try and bring in that to just cater for that? Because it's the real issue. It's there.
Great. I already see that there will be a table for just women with Madam Imboy at lunch, so that they can dig into some of these issues. But you can respond as we go towards the conclusion, but I'll start with President Lungisan and then Patrick, and I'll allow somebody to speak last.
Moderator, Mr. Lifuka, there's this hand here. It's not going down. So it's itching. So I needed to.
It's itching. We need a pharmacist to deal with that itch. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Abraham Ngoma. I am one of the many ambassadors at the Youth Life Project. My question is, to what has been discussed from the beginning of the conference, what assures us that it is not just publicity's sake, but will actually be implemented? What pledge are we making towards all that has been said, especially inclusivity? Because we don't want a government that just talks the walk, but doesn't walk the talk. Thank you.
All right. That's good. So I will ask my panelists to respond if they have any last points to make and then conclude. I was going to say, Council, I know that Mr. Kasongo was talking about youth wings and women's wings, etc. And in my mind, I'm saying, isn't that the problem itself, that we have these models of political parties which are premised on what UNIP did many, many years ago? I shudder a little bit when I hear central committees and women's wings. It worked in 1960. Is this the way modern political parties should be structured? Are we not living in the past? Shouldn't we structure political parties differently so that then you deal with all these challenges of inclusivity, etc., in the political party? But you could respond to that and any final words.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And I think maybe I begin with what practical steps are we taking going forward? That should not be for political parties alone, even ourselves. We must come out with some tangible, traceable, and auditable outcomes from this conference that we can show that they contributed to the upcoming elections. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us gathered here to make this not a talk show, but actually a practical contribution to the governance of the country. The model of youth wings, women leagues in political parties, yes, it may be that it doesn't work, but unless we show political parties that there's a better way to do this than by way of having this model, we'll lose the argument. So what is missing is maybe demonstration that there are more effective ways of ensuring that women and youths can contribute more significantly in governance of political parties. The thought, I think, behind them is that indeed we cannot ignore the problem that they are not in the mainstream leadership. There are not enough women in mainstream leadership. There are not enough youths in the mainstream leadership. By preserving and giving them visibility in these other leagues for women and for youths, we hope not to forget them. And indeed, a good leader will then use these as contributions to be consulted in any time when it's required to make a decision. So it may be that they may not be the most modern and effective tools. Until we know what those new ones are, it's better to have something than nothing at all. I thank you.
Great. Thank you. Patrick, your final thought?
Thank you. I'll start with the issue of women and youth being partly the problem. And yes, I do agree that they need to take up the space and be proactive and ensure that they vote for themselves. But we need to be very careful with that narrative. There are systemic challenges that hinder the youth and women to be able to participate and later on be voted into power. If you look at the challenges that President Binwell has faced, I'm sure they're different from what President Honorable Mpundu is facing or President Kalava is facing. I can't remember when President Kalava's personal issues were in the media, but I'm sure you have seen what President Binwell has gone through. So those are systematic, well-structured to make sure that women don't get into that space. The moment you attempt, your entire list of boyfriends will come out from nursery school right up to date. But it's not the case for men. So we need to be very careful with that narrative. If you look at the youth as well, these are people that are not financially sound. And you have this political elite, the grouping that will come with muscle, influence the political college. So there has to be mechanisms that are going to deliberately facilitate for their participation, both to vote and be voted in. And that's very important. And that level playing field needs to be created. So yes, they have the power. We are talking about a party for young people. But when you look at the party of these children, they have systemic challenges that they need to overcome. You will find that only those that are at the top that would have financial muscle that would be running with it, the majority will not be able to participate. TI shared the cost of a parliamentary election. You're talking about 3 million per individual. How many of our freshly graduates will have that 3 million to participate? And this is why even the narrative that we're talking about, campaign financing, regulations, and so forth, come into play to be able to level that playing field. And in concluding, I think we also need to recognize that we are a constitutional democracy. This is the model we have decided for ourselves, that this is how we are going to govern ourselves. And in that constitutional democracy, we have chosen plurality. This is multipartism. And you find that political parties are at the center of that governance structure. So we need to make sure that our political parties are strengthened, because weak political parties lead to weak governance systems, because that's a governance system that we have developed. So let's make sure that political parties in Zambia, whether big or small, thrive, because they contribute to the governance structure and indeed to the well-being of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And Savoy, briefly, then you know that you have a table where you can continue the conversation, adopt some of the women and the men.
For the women and youth wings, first and foremost, I think these are designed based on the electorates themselves. So the parties look at mobilization for you to be able to engage the women and the youth who you really, really need to have those members, to have those votes. No wonder those women and youth wings exist, so that model, I don't think they can really do away with it. NDC has included a disability wing because we've been working so much with Disability Rights Watch, and we do have a disability inclusion plan. So with that, we are very, very big on persons with disability because we really need them to not just vote, but also be able to stand for elections. I do have a group, a WhatsApp group, by the way, called Women and Politics. So all the women here, apart from us talking over lunch, if you're interested, I can add you to that. We've been talking because we've been saying, apart from just having women in politics, networking, talking, we want women from civil society. And it worked. Last time when we were saying, let's have our first meeting, because the chairperson for the NGOCC, Madam Beauty Katebe, is there. She even offered, come and meet by NGOCC. And some of you could have seen our meeting some 2 weeks ago. We went to the NGOCC, and that's where we met as women just from a WhatsApp group, and we're networking like that. So imagine if the politicians were alone, they wouldn't have had that space where an NGO says, come and meet by our offices. And we spoke. We had a lot of issues that we had to talk to to our mother NGO, if I should call it that. And we ended up even signing a communique, so I would advise and encourage anybody else who would want to be part of that group. It's not just for politicians, it's also for civil society. But for those that want to be in politics and just learn a bit of things here and there, I think it's one thing that I would really want to share. And then secondly, I think that was Dr. Janet Mundando who asked to say, how do I navigate the patriarchal society, the people in the party, the members, how do they view me? If all of you remember, I became president of NDC at a time when NDC was splitting in three. Our former president went back to his former party, the PF. Our vice president remained in UPND, which we had an alliance partner, because it was like, we have done so much and we're removing the PF from government. How do we leave them to form government alone? I think I'll remain in this. But the conditions at that time of the alliance was more or less like wanting us to move away from NDC, more like disband NDC and become UPND. So I said, we're not going to do this, we're going to remain NDC. And 90% of the party members remained with me, and that's how we remained, because I was already the vice president by then. After our former vice president had gone to UPND, vice president went to PF, and I remained the president of the party. So there was that respect. That's one thing I've always loved about my party members. The respect is actually a lot, more so now that even the people that had gone to UPND, had gone to PF, a good number of them have come back. There were those even at that time who said, we can't remain in NDC now because there's a woman leading. Trust me, a good number of those are back because they've seen that where they went and what they found or what happened, it was worse than what it is that they thought would happen if the NDC was led by a woman. So I think for me, that respect is there. And for the youth also, there was that question to say, for everything that has happened, do you guarantee inclusivity? We do guarantee inclusivity as a political. NDC specifically always has a youth chairperson who's below the age of 35. Because in political parties, we've got this thing of saying, politics, youth and 50. A long time ago, you'd find a youth chairman being 70 years old. And yet, the youth policy in Zambia says the youth is anybody who's below the age of 35. So for NDC, we are very specific. You can be the best youth chairperson, you reach 36, you drop to put somebody else. So our youth chairperson who's a female, because it's rare to have a youth chairperson, a national youth chairperson who's a female. NDC has a national youth chairperson who's a female, Ivy Nyarenda, and she's deputized by a guy, as our policy is the real zebra, So the inclusivity is there. For me, please take up your space as women and the youth. There are many political parties like NDC and a few others that are very, very specific with what they want to be when it comes to inclusivity. And you'd find that even when something has been allowed and the space is there, the people to take up that space are not there. So the women, the youth, persons with disabilities, please, you're welcome. Don't just be voters. Make sure that you avail yourselves for leadership, because 2026 is near. We need you in that parliament. We need you in State House, and we need you in the council chambers. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And that's a nice point to conclude. So we've had a very good discussion trying to look at how we can increase transparency in the electoral processes within political parties or party democracy. Number of key takeaways, some of them, the need to explore the possibility of having a model law which brings about some of these international best practices, but at the same time, just having Article 60 operationalized, the possibility of electoral management bodies also playing a role in the primaries, overseeing the adoption processes, but also other independent entities. This continuing evolution of political party models to make it more inclusive, and the domestication of our national laws to align them with international standards. We talked about deliberate strategies for bringing about inclusivity, dealing with the systemic changes, whether these are cultural or other type of challenges. And the reminder that we're a constitutional democracy, we need to ensure the health of our political parties. A lot of learnings, and just join me in thanking Mr. Zulu, Madam Imboela, and Mr. Shindano for a very good panel discussion. Thank you. So I picked a lot of lessons for the new Lightning and Thunder party, so we'll be your competitors. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you in the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lifuka. As we conclude, we would like to thank our moderator and the panelists for an engaging session. And on behalf of TIZ, the organizers of the conference, we have very small token of appreciation, transparently given under camera, and no brown envelope there. No brown envelope there. Everything is white and blue. So we can pause for the official photo. Thank you. Lunch is ready. Make sure you pick your coupon. For the panelists, the coupon are with the lady here. So we are back here at, what time are we supposed to be back? 14. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Want the second round? Even the third round? Okay. Good to have you back. Welcome to this afternoon session. For this afternoon session, our discussion is on mitigating electoral corruption and electoral violence through effective dispute resolution. And to moderate the session, I will have Ms. Glenda Mungalaba, Director, Corruption Prevention at Anti-Corruption Commission. Ms. Mungalaba has a very rich profile. Before I call her, I want to read it word for word so that we understand the wealth of information that she brings or she has. She's a director at Anti-Corruption Commission, responsible for corruption prevention. She's responsible for the prevention of corruption in both public and private institutions and coordinating integrity committees. If you were here since yesterday, we talked about integrity committees, and the person who will be moderating this session is the person responsible for that. She has 20 years of experience in the public service. We are talking about an expert. Holds a master's in governance and public policy from the University of Queensland in Australia, a bachelor's in mass communication with development studies from the University of Zambia, and an executive diploma in anti-corruption and diplomacy studies by UNITA, postgraduate certificate in corruption studies from the University of Hong Kong, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me or help me welcome to the podium our moderator for this session, Ms. Mungalaba. A round of applause for her. As she's walking here, she will invite her panelists who will be introduced individually and they will take to the podium also. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, you know, that introduction, it makes you feel small, you know, because I'm not going to use any of those credentials that she has read out here. I'm just a moderator. That's all, and I don't have a qualification in that. So good afternoon once more. I've already been introduced, so I'll just introduce my panelists. So this afternoon, we'll be looking at, we'll be reviewing the legal framework for combating electoral malpractice in Zambia and strategies to mitigate violence, including effective dispute resolution. And to help me break down this very important topic, we're going to have Dr. Tinenenji Banda, who is the head of legal division at the Southern African Institute of Policy and Research. She'll be giving us her perspectives from the legal angle and also as a public policy expert, just to highlight the importance of or the effect or impact of protracted electoral violence and disputes on our country. Then we'll also have Mr. Mukunsabwalia, who is the manager legal at the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Mr. Mukunsa will also give us a perspective from an institutional point of view on election integrity, alternative dispute resolution, enforcement of the code of conduct. And then we'll have Honorable Binwell Mpundu, who is a member of Parliament, Nkana constituency, and Mr. Mpundu will bring to the discussion some experiential realities on the ground in the hotspot areas, issues of violence mitigation. And also we are hoping that at the end of this discussion, we will come up with actionable resolutions on how we can do better as a country. But before the panelists come to the front, I will just allow Dr. Tinenenji to give us a 10-minute discussion or just to set the tone on the topic legal framework for combating electoral malpractice in Zambia. May I now invite to the floor Dr. Tinenenji. I will also invite my fellow panelists to come as she is walking in front so that we can take our positions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank TIZ and the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel and also to set the tone. So, I mean, that's quite a task to set the tone for electoral dispute resolution for a panel with, I think, a wide breadth of experiences and perspectives on this matter, but I'll do my best to give an overview. So I'd like to reflect, I think, first and foremost on the role of EDR in a democracy like Zambia's. Then I'll also give a primer, a very brief primer of the legal framework. Then I'll go into some of the cross-cutting pressure points of EDR from my perspective, and then finally maybe some brief recommendations just to segue into the discussion with my panelists. So we know that EDR is fundamental to a democracy. We have to find a place to deal with contestations that arise in the pre-electoral environment, in the post-electoral environment. And when these mechanisms are robust, they are credible, they do enhance trust in the legal system. But I think the opposite is also true. Distrusted EDR mechanisms undermine confidence in the judiciary, but also in the wider electoral justice system. So we know that our political environment in Zambia is quite competitive. We've had successive peaceful transfers of power, I think quite a number of times. So that points to a measure of, I think, democratic consolidation of which we can be proud. But at the same time, there's also been a prolific rise in the number of post-electoral challenges. So just to give you some figures, after the August 2021 general elections, a staggering 348 petitions were filed into court, 77 at parliamentary level and 272 at local government level. And the 2016 cycle was also litigious. I think more than 50% of parliamentary election petitions were challenged in the courts. So I think this high number of disputes exposes a fundamental distrust in our electoral system and in our democratic institutions as a whole. So on the one hand, we do have a competitive political environment, and that's healthy. It's also healthy that we have courts within which these contestations can play out. But I think the volume of petitions, the number of petitions points to something quite worrying. So we know there are formal mechanisms and informal mechanisms for resolving electoral disputes in Zambia. I won't spend too much time on that, just suffice it to say, at the formal level, we have, of course, presidential petitions that are determined in the Constitutional Court. We have parliamentary election petitions that are determined in the High Court in the first instance. And then we have local government petitions that are determined by ad hoc tribunals constituted by the judiciary. Then we, of course, have informal mechanisms of dispute resolution. The Electoral Commission of Zambia has a statutory mandate to resolve disputes. And they do this in various ways. I think the one that we're most familiar with are the CMCs, the conflict management committees. So I think I just have a few minutes, so I'll just focus on, like I said, 4 cross-cutting issues that I've been looking at in my work, and maybe we'll touch on in our panel discussion as well. I think the first thing is the inconsistency on evidentiary thresholds. I mean, if you follow election petitions closely, particularly parliamentary petitions, you'll notice that the standard of proof is incredibly high. So in order to successfully petition an election, one would have to show that the majority of voters were influenced negatively by the alleged malpractice. So it's not enough to prove corruption or malpractice or a violation of the code. Even if you do prove that and the court agrees that indeed there was malpractice, you have to meet the evidential threshold, which means you have to show the court that the majority of voters in a locality were affected by that malpractice. So just thinking as a lawyer, how would you go about proving that evidentially? I mean, it's first and foremost a numerical question, and that's the standard that's set by Section 97, I believe, of our Electoral Act. So what you find is a lot of inconsistency in the jurisprudence, applying this materiality threshold, but also very low success rates because of this standard. The second thing that I'm interested in, because I study, I think, election petitions, is the fact that the judgments are not widely available. So we don't have a complete set of election petition judgments from the last few election cycles in the public domain. And I mean, these judgments need to be open to public scrutiny. So I'm very much a big advocate of putting these important judgments into the public domain in a systematic way. Then I think that the capacity of the CMCs needs to be strengthened. I think that they are yet to realize their full potential. And I think that alternative dispute resolution mechanisms like CMCs can play a very important role in sort of moderating the climate during the pre-electoral phase, and also perhaps resolving some of the disputes before they mature into full legal disputes or petitions in the post-electoral phase. And then I think also just the strengthening of the institutional capacity of the judiciary. I think another thing that most of us may not realize is when this huge number of election petitions are filed, the work of the judiciary, primarily the High Court, comes to a standstill because they have 90 days within which to hear and determine these petitions. Now, what that means is that High Court judges are just engaged in hearing election petitions. What happens to all the other court cases? What happens to people waiting on remand during this 90 days when the judiciary is exclusively consumed with hearing these matters? So I think there's an important access to justice issue there. So just quickly, in terms of recommendations, some of the things that I would like to put forward. So sustainable financing for EDR, I've touched on this in terms of the judiciary, capacitating ADR mechanisms vis-a-vis the CMCs, greater access to election petition court judgments, and also capacitation of political parties on evidentiary thresholds. Political parties need to understand before they file a case in court what they have to prove before the court in terms of materiality and thresholds. So I think I'll stop there, Director, and hand it over to the panel to continue the discussion. Thank you.
So thank you very much once again, Dr. Tinenenji, for setting the tone. I just want to welcome you all once again, and also to those that are following the discussion online. I am informed that it is being streamed live on YouTube. So we are going to have the discussion, and I'll leave some minutes towards the end for questions from the audience. So if there's anything interesting that will be said as we discuss here, and you have a question or you want more clarification, I will give you an opportunity to ask. Since we are talking about dispute resolution here, I think we should, I should start first by putting in some mechanisms to resolve any disputes that might arise from the discussions that we are going to have. In the other panel, we were almost having people going at each other's throats, but we are not going to do that. So just to set a few ground rules, please let us respect everyone's opinion, okay? And let us try as much as possible to be evidence-based as we make our contributions, so that we rely on real evidence and refer to the laws as they are. And let us not attack individuals personally. Yeah, let us speak to the issues. So those are some of the grounds that we'll try to abide by. And also, we do not have the whole day, since we already had access to the discussion questions. I will expect that we are going to try and limit our discussion to the topic. So just as a way of opening, elections, as we all know, are a cornerstone of democracy. They provide our citizens with the opportunity to choose their leaders, to shape national priorities, and also reaffirm the legitimacy of governance. Yet, when electoral practices are tainted by corruption, malpractice, or violence, the very foundation of democracy is shaken. Electoral corruption, whether through vote buying, whether manipulation of results, or abuse of state resources, undermines the credibility of the election results. It erodes public trust, it weakens institutions, and distorts the will of the people. Similarly, electoral violence, invested in intimidation, in clashes, or post-election unrest, creates fear. It discourages participation and often leaves lasting scars on communities. Together, these challenges compromise not only the fairness of elections, but also the quality of governance that follows. For Zambia, a nation that is committed to democratic consolidation, the stakes are high. Electoral malpractice and violence do not merely affect who wins or who loses, they determine whether citizens continue to believe in democracy. They influence whether governance is anchored in legitimacy, accountability, and service to the people, or whether it is marred by division and mistrust. So the panel that you have before you this afternoon will examine the adequacy of our current legal framework in addressing these threats. And we will also explore strategies to strengthen enforcement, to enhance transparency, and institutionalize preventive measures. Equally important, we are going to discuss mechanisms for effective dispute resolution, because how we handle electoral grievances often determines whether peace is preserved or instability will take root. And our goal ultimately will be to ensure that our elections in Zambia are not only free and fair, but are also peaceful and credible. By confronting malpractice and violence head-on, we will safeguard the integrity of our democracy and reinforce the principles of good governance that are essential for national development. So to start, I will start with you, Dr. Tinenenji, because you have already set the set the tone for the discussion. And I would like you to speak from the perspective of a scholar, as a public policy analyst, and also just give us some evidence-driven perspective on the issue at hand, that is highlighting the impact that is protracted by electoral violence. So from your point of view, let me say from SAIPAR's point of view and your legal perspective, what are the most important weaknesses or critical weaknesses in Zambia's current electoral legal framework, particularly the Electoral Code of Process Act, the Campaign Finance Regulation, and the Code of Conduct?
Okay. Thank you so much, Director. I'll try and be quick because I already had the opportunity, I think, to discuss some of these issues, and I want to give time to my panelists. So I think for me, one of the things that we look at, I'm glad you mentioned evidence-based research, because I think that's something that SAIPAR is committed to, actually tracking the petitions, looking at how the jurisprudence is shaped. And I think that's why access to petitions is so important. My issue with the law is that it's so complex there's no one translating what the law aims to do and what the law says to ordinary Zambians. So I think when it comes to elections, Zambians want a fair process. They want a process that they can understand. They want a system that can deal with issues that they witness on a daily basis within their communities related to elections, whether it's violence, whether it's corruption or things like that. But then what happens when the case is in court? Okay, so as a community member, you witnessed electoral malpractice firsthand, and then you hear this person is in court. The judges in the court are using an electoral standard that has never been explained to the people. And what happens because of that electoral standard, the materiality threshold that I talked about, is that even if you go to court and can prove 100% conclusively that malpractice occurred, one can still be let off the hook because they have not met that threshold, that whether it's numerical or whatever, however you choose to interpret, the majority of voters were swayed. So what the public sees is, this happened and nobody is being called to account. So I think for me, the complexity of the law unnecessarily, and the lack of interlocutors between those who make the law and those who are governed by the law, must keep the law, occasionally break the law. I think that link is missing.
Okay, so in other words, from your perspective, the law is adequate. It has sufficient provisions that would help us prevent or avoid the electoral malpractice that we so often see on the ground.
Yes, I think, Director, in some ways, yes, I would say it is adequate. I think that it's too strict when it comes to materiality in terms of what a petitioner should show. So yes, the law tells us corruption is bad, malpractice is bad, those who violate the code of conduct should be punished. The law is just prescriptive. The law tells us what we can do and what we can't do, and what will happen to us should we do what we're not supposed to do. It doesn't go beyond that. It doesn't explain itself. It's not self-executing. So I think for me, as we start this discussion, we should frame the law as important, but very limited as well. And this is coming from a perspective of someone that began their legal career, I think, overestimating what the law could do. And then over the years, realizing just how limited it was, and that we need to have, if it's from an evidentiary perspective, an interdisciplinary discussion, if it's from this perspective, a multi-stake sectoral discussion to deal with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should go on to ECZ. Now, we have heard that we have adequate laws, and yet we do still hear, pockets of violence, especially during during campaigns. And I just want to hear from an institutional perspective. Can you outline ECZ's current systems for detecting, monitoring, and responding to electoral malpractice, from campaign activities to result transmission, and what have been the most effective enforcement mechanisms so far?
Thank you, Director, and good afternoon, everyone. In terms of monitoring malpractice, firstly, I'll begin by indicating that the Electoral Process Act, which is Act number 35 of 2016, outlines what may be termed as electoral malpractice as it relates to elections. So we do have a law that will indicate what actions or what acts are not acceptable in elections. For example, you are talking about things like vote buying. You are talking about things like corruption. Okay, and the law also then designates law enforcement agencies, like the Anti-Corruption Commission, for example, is designated as the law enforcement agency for purposes of prosecuting corruption cases. You also have the Zambia police, of course, for prosecuting other criminal vices. So in terms of monitoring on the part of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, one of the ways in which let me say the commission monitors or tries to monitor malpractice is through stakeholders. So the commission will conduct accreditation for political parties. It will conduct accreditation for monitors and observers throughout the various electoral activities. So you talk about the just ended voter registration. We had accreditation for different stakeholders who are monitoring the process. Part of the monitoring is also to see that what is being done according to the law. So there's a difference, of course, between a monitor and an observer. One between the two cannot, I think, raise a red flag, but I think the monitor can. Yes. So when you have monitors and observers throughout a process, you expect that if there are elements of electoral malpractice, for example, those would be raised as a red flag, both to the commission, and we also tend to see, and I will speak from my own experience, some of these reports on malpractice tend to come out during, say, election petitions. But you find that, again, in my practice, I've noted that I think I'll go back to what Doc said here. Maybe it's the level of understanding with persons on the ground. You find that you have an election petition, for example, with about 30 witnesses, but only 3 are relevant. The other 27 are coming to just say exactly what the other 3 are going to say. So it could be an issue of maybe people on the ground not knowing what to look out for. But also, like I indicated, through the accreditation, we have observer reports that are issued that will indicate whether there's been electoral malpractice. And I think we see that even through elections in other countries where observer missions will indicate. But also the commission has conflict management, establishes conflict management committees, especially during campaign periods. So when you have a by-election or you have a general election, like what we are about to go through in 2026, we have conflict management committees that are established in we have one at national level, then we have in all the 116 districts. So these committees act as not monitors per se, but as avenues for reporting some forms of electoral malpractice. Like, for example, vote buying. So you see in some by-elections, when you're reviewing what are the most prevalent reported cases to conflict management committees, you see things like vote buying, allegations of vote buying, where candidates were the allegations that they were buying voters' cards. You see things like allegations of corruption. You see things like allegations of violence. So that also is a way of, or an indicator to the commission as a way of monitoring on what vices are prevalent. And if I must mention, I think the chairperson is on record in one of her addresses as having categorically indicated through these same monitoring mechanisms the increase or rise in the issue of vote buying. Okay, so in terms of monitoring, those are some of the tools, but in terms of enforcement, like I indicated, we have the conflict management committees that are available to deal with some of these issues. Now, you need to differentiate when you're talking about conflict management committees. And yes, I agree, there is need to capacitate them, maybe even more, especially that the dynamics in elections keep on changing. But as they are operating right now, they are using a model of mediation to deal with issues. So you find that they will be dealing with cases like vote buying, for example. But even in those cases that they are dealing with, an allegation of vote buying will come up, but with no proper evidence to be dealt with. So I think the biggest challenge we have, in my view, in relation to dealing with electoral malpractice is the element of evidence. Evidence is key to, I think, proving one's case. Yeah, it's one thing to line up 30 witnesses, but it's also one thing for 27 of them to come out and speak to the same thing. What did you see? He told me that this one was buying votes from the other one. That's a type of evidence that you're talking about. So it's a balance. What is being collected on the ground in terms of evidence versus what needs to be proved. Yeah.
I totally agree on that one. I think these are the same challenges that we have to deal with when you're dealing with issues of corruption. When the two parties are both benefiting from the transaction, it is quite difficult to get the amount of evidence that you require. So let me go to Honorable Binwell Mpundu. Now, we have heard from the SAIPAR's perspective on the legal framework. We have heard from the institutional arrangements that are in place by ECZ, but we are happy that we have somebody who is on the ground, who these laws are meant for. So, Mr. Honorable Mpundu, during your 2021 parliamentary campaigns, what forms of electoral malpractice, I mean, such as intimidation or vote buying, did you actually encounter, or how did these influence your campaign? Just what would you say about the effect of these malpractices on voter confidence?
Moderator, thank you so much. And I'm glad to speak from not a textbook, but from practical happenings on the ground and having experienced that myself. To start with, from whichever angle you look at it, violence, malpractice does compromise the integrity of the elections, and so, like Doc here says, I think that the country does have enough laws to be able to curb these vices. What seems to be the missing link is enforcement. And whereas we've gone to an extent of establishing these committees that deals with the conflicts, the challenge still remains that we haven't given them the teeth to bite. Okay, I would suggest that part of the reforms we must embark on is to give some more or less a firmer legal mandate to be able to handle these conflicts as they arise. As a person who has gone through these elections before, the issues of malpractice start from the adoption process. How I wish that we can also consider the malpractice at adoption as part of things that you must handle as SEC, part of what the ECZ must handle, because it starts right from there. And the competition is so, bad for young people. I was participating in that election as a young person. And I can feel for those young people who are going to parade themselves before political parties for adoption. I can feel for women who are going to also parade themselves before political parties, because whether you like it or not, without money, you will not be adopted. I am a living example that despite all manner of reports indicating that Binwell were very popular this side, it had to go down to issues of money. If you don't give money out, you will. So that's the first point. I experienced it. I was not prepared to give out money because I didn't have it anyway. But I can think of those who are going to obviously, face similar, challenges. The other issue is, of course, vote buying. Now, when you look at vote buying, these are real things. And now I wish that as we embark on reforming the law, electoral law, we first of all go and deal with the actual experience so that then we can reform the law around the actual experience. Because when you look at vote buying, the bigger question becomes what really constitutes vote buying. As an example, we are invited as candidates to a church function. They are doing a building promotion, okay? All of us as candidates are paraded before a church to help in the construction project at the church. And then me, who can only manage a 2,000, I produce a 2,000 towards the building project. The big buyer brings 50. Okay, and those I'm telling you as the first-hand experiences. Now, as to whether that amounts to vote buying is what now I'll leave it to anti-corruption and the ECZ to interpret. Because from where I stand, if you are going to parade yourselves before a church congregation full of voters, potential voters, and they ask you to help with the project and you produce 2,000, and your competitor produces 50,000, already your competitor has beaten you pants down, because the consideration will come to who helped our church much more to, towards the building. So the issue of vote buying is very real, but it goes down to what really is defined as vote buying. These things goes even to the extent of the actual election day. I can tell you I witnessed competitors giving money on the actual day, towards around the voting centers. You'll have individuals placed there as if they are not doing anything, but they are standing in there to induce people with 20 kwacha and 50 kwacha. So these things are extremely real, and it matters what we are going to now interpret as being vote buying. The other issues, like what I said, donations. Now, donations, I know to some extent the law does prohibit donations, and they form part of what you call vote buying. Okay, and these donations ranges, like I said, from churches to sporting clubs to communities and all these. These things, I tell you, are rampant during the elections. I experienced them as a candidate. And as to whether you will sit and cry and complain that your friends are doing it is one thing. And whether you are going to say, okay, if you can't beat them, join them is another. Because oftentimes we are compelled not to sit and cry. Because if you're going to spend time going to pursue these issues, you would have been wasting time. So we often resort to competing. Okay? You see your friends donating, you have to look for money, unfortunately, so that you can also equalize. Okay? So these things are very real. The other issue of corruption, malpractice, for me, are issues of access to facilities. Example, we have a public media that I think in an election time should be accessible to everyone. But oftentimes the public media is only available who are in the corridors of power. And so for me, this one, I'll throw it to you as to whether that amounts to corruption, because I think that it creates a very unfair playing field for political competitors. Because if you can't give me access to a public media that I contribute to its existence, and then my competitor is being allowed to have that free space to speak to the electorates, then you are depriving me of an opportunity to also, entice my voters. So I think that these malpractices are very real. I have experienced them myself, and to a very greater extent, they influence the outcome of an election. Because what happens now is that even the response of the electorate is defined by these things. If you go to have a public meeting, the reception at that meeting is to the extent of how much money you're going to leave. We call it iamenshi. Okay? You address your meeting, and I can tell you, those who have not gone through an election, the people can come from the community and they can come in numbers, and you can say all manner of good things, promissory notes. The people will just be waiting for that last statement. Nashako iamenshi. So these things are very real, moderator, and they really do influence the outcome of the election. They also really do influence the reaction from the electorates.
I just want to invite Mr. Sorry, I forgot your name, Walia. Mr. Walia, just to comment on that one. I think there's a very thin line between vote buying, donation. What does the code provide for? Is there some timeliness attached to when you can donate, when you can, when it will be termed vote buying and when it is a malpractice?
Thank you, Director. Okay, so it all depends on the period in question, and I think there's been a lot of litigation and also interpretation in line with this issue. I remember yesterday, I think in the opening speech by the chairperson of the Anti-Corruption Commission, he keenly, and I followed it, he keenly emphasized on the issue of donations. Yeah, so I think the issue is the timing. As indicated by Honorable Mpundu here, if this is during campaign period and you are appearing in a church, you pledge 50,000, that is not a donation because of the period within. And believe me, I've attended, I'll give you I've attended election petitions where these things actually tend to come out. There are election petitions where these things tend to come out, and it's the same people who receive the money who come back to testify that he bought us a radio, what speakers for the church. You see? So it's not a donation. The period would determine whether it's a donation or it's not. And mostly you see, as you are going towards the election, these the increase towards these donations start happening. The courts have interpreted the issue of such donations, because the issue there is they have the potential of influencing the vote or the majority in terms of how they are going to vote. So if Honorable Binwell today is invited to the church and he goes and he pledges 50,000 kwacha, that will be viewed as a donation. But if on 22nd May, Honorable Binwell goes to the same church and donates speakers, that will be viewed as not a donation, but vote buying. Yeah, so the period really matters on these issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walia. So just to bring you back to the topic again, we are also going to look at effective dispute resolution mechanisms. But maybe to get back to the Southern Africa Institute of Policy and Research, are you able to share any perspectives on the effect of protracted dispute resolution, maybe from Zambia's perspective or even regional experiences? How do these affect governance and stability or even investor confidence? We can just broadly maybe talk about its effect on our long-term economic development as a country.
Thank you so much. I think in these discussions, I always like to first bring it down to the micro level before we look at the macro. So conflict, unresolved conflict, even on the micro level, the personal level, what does unresolved conflict in our personal lives do to us? It makes us inefficient, it makes us ineffective, it fosters tension. And I think the same is true on the macro level. And this is why effective dispute resolution mechanisms are cathartic, they are healing to the nation, because conflict has to have an outlet, it has to have a place to go. Conflict has to be resolved. So the first, I'll talk about the time cost. I think I touched on this from the perspective of the judiciary, but the amount of time that goes into, from multiple institutions, from ECZ, from the judiciary, the political parties themselves, it's pre-election as well, but even in the specifically the post-election period, at least 3 months after that, we as a nation are consumed in these contestations. So, I'm not an economist, but I'll just put that out there. The cost of that time that we spend. I can talk about the justice cost, again, on the micro level to the common person of having your adjudicators focused exclusively on election petitions as opposed to ordinary justice. People are basically frozen out. Ordinary cases are frozen out of the court system during this period. So there's a justice implication. I think in terms of, you talked about in investor confidence. We know that not just international investors, but even locally, stability is a key metric. So usually in that tense post-electoral environment, people are waiting. Money is waiting. That's not the time that you are going to be releasing your money into the market. So I think that, when it helps when we understand, and I appreciated your perspective, Honorable Mpundu, about the experiential part of how these things play out. But not all of us are MPs. So all we can think about is how these things play out in our own personal lives. How does conflict work for you as a person? I think until it's resolved in a way that's fair and transparent, you are held back, and I think that's true for the country.
Thank you so much. So ECZ, having listened to her and what some of the effects that unresolved conflicts would have on our country, I know that ECZ has put in mechanisms to resolve conflicts. You've talked about conflict management committees. But of course, the question, I think it has been discussed even in other panels, and the question was asked on the effectiveness of these conflict management committees and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. We know that these are central to Zambia's conflict management framework. So can you talk about any successes that you can talk about, or limitations of these mechanisms in recent elections that we have had? And what do we need to do? What reforms do we need to enhance the credibility of these conflict management mechanisms and also their accessibility? I'm sure the listeners, this is not the only audience we have. We have an audience out there who would even want to have more information on how these are accessible.
Thank you, Moderator. So in terms of, maybe I'll start with how they're accessible, then I'll try and look at the challenges, and maybe we'll put some possible reforms. In terms of how these are accessible, we have it's an SI, it's a Electoral Process Enforcement Mechanism, Electoral Process Enforcement Code of Conduct. So it spells out how conflict management committees should operate. For example, it talks about where, and it says any person who witnesses a breach of the Electoral Code of Conduct can then report to these conflict management committees. And like I indicated, they are at national level and at district level. These committees, I must mention, are an establishment of the law, because from the Constitution, the Commission is mandated to settle electoral disputes. Then Section 113 of the Electoral Process Act speaks to establishment of conflict management committees to deal with these electoral disputes. So in terms of how they've operated, I think there was, I'll give an example of, I think what Honorable Binwell had indicated. For example, access to the media. I'll give that as an example. The Code of Conduct regulates all the stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission of Zambia. So all the stakeholders from the media, political parties, candidates, everyone has a section in the Code of Conduct on how they are expected to operate or to conduct themselves. So in the event that as a citizen you feel, for example, you are not being given access or access by a media institution, nothing stops you from engaging or raising a complaint with a conflict management committee. So how they operate will be that they, like I indicated, they use mediation. So there will be a complaint from one party. The other party is then informed of that complaint, and after that, both parties are called. The complaint is tabled, and the parties will be then run through by a team of conflict management committees that we also train to deal with conflict management through mediation. So they will run you through and help you to reach an amicable solution. So these have been in existence for some time, and like I indicated earlier, possibly the dynamics in terms of elections have possibly changed. So there is need, I agree with what Honorable Mpundu indicated, that there is need to capacitate them, and that is why the Commission has actually, or is in the process of looking at these committees in order for them not to be reactive per se, to just wait and wait for a complaint, but to also try to be proactive, see how you can prevent the conflict even before it happens. We are talking about coming up with maybe an early warning system that would look at marking hotspots. You know, there are areas where, you know, these are hotspots for electoral violence, these are hotspots for vote buying, these are hotspots for particular other electoral vices. Then in terms of, I think in terms of reform, I would also...
Sorry, before you go to reform, I think I just want you to give further details on the conflict management committees.
Yes.
You know, sometimes we take it for granted. People know, like yesterday when the DG was talking about integrity committees, somebody asked, I would have made an assumption that everybody knows that it's in the policy. We talk about them in our sensitizations, but people just want to know, where are these committees? What's the composition? Who do you actually call? Where do you go? Do you go to ECZ and ask for a contact for a member of the conflict management committee? Just how easily accessible are they?
Thank you. So in terms of composition, I'll start with the way elections are managed currently is that the Commission operates through local authorities, and you have the district electoral officer, who's usually a town clerk or a council secretary. So those will be our liaison persons in the district. So when I talk about a district conflict management committee, it will be established at district level. So if a complaint will then lie to the district election officer, that is either the town clerk or the council secretary at the council. In terms of composition of these committees are composed of electoral stakeholders, different electoral stakeholders. So you have at district level, you have political parties represented, you have civil society organizations represented, you have faith-based organizations represented, you have law enforcement agencies represented, you also have media represented, and then you have the secretariat, which is or who are appointed by the district electoral officer, who are usually the council officers. So the complaints are lodged at the council through the DEO, and then the DEO would then constitute this committee to sit and issue the necessary summons and notices to political parties to appear before them. Then you have the National Conflict Management Committee, which is at national level. The chairperson is appointed by the commission, and then you have membership from similar to what is in the district, but with a little bit of adjustment. So you have, for example, membership from say Law Association of Zambia. You might not find that in the district because Law Association is not, I think, in all the districts. Then you have different law enforcement agencies that are represented. You have a membership from political parties still. So in terms of political parties, one would ask, is it all the political parties? No, there is a mechanism for nominating political parties. The first one is political parties that have a representation in parliament. Then if those that do not have a representation in parliament, they are then appointed through the mother body, which is ZCID. Yes, so that is the way and the political parties are appointed, and that is the composition, and that is how they operate. So in terms of procedure, where a district conflict management committee handles a matter, for example, and they are unable to resolve it, they can then refer it to the National Conflict Management Committee to deal with that matter. There was an amendment in 2020 of the enforcement regulations I indicated, where the commission has also been brought on board in terms of a person who is aggrieved can now directly report to the commission, where there is a realization that this could be an urgent matter. As we all know, elections are time bound, so you may be talking about a day or two. The election is maybe the election day is just a day or two away, and you feel the whole process of going through the DCMC and all might take time, and your issue is quite urgent. You may report directly to the commission, but the commission will still sit and look at whether this indeed is an urgent issue. If it is not, it will refer it back to the District Conflict Management Committee for the District Conflict Management Committee to hear that matter. So it starts from the district level up to the National Conflict Management Committee. If the National Conflict Management Committee cannot resolve the issue, they then refer it to the commission, and then the commission will make the final decision.
Thank you. Now you can take us through the reforms that you would recommend.
Thank you.
To make the CMSs more effective.
I think I had earlier indicated, I think one of the things with conflict management committees is that they are reactive as opposed to being proactive. What I mean by reactive is we have to receive a complaint for the committees to sit. So there's been an outcry by the committees and the members themselves within the district to say, are they able to initiate? So for example, if there is a by-election within a district and they see that there is possibly an issue that needs attention, are they able to deal with that issue at their own instance? Possibly that could be one of the issues that can be dealt with. In terms of enforcement, enforcement might be need to change then the mode of handling these cases. As you know, mediation is always a give and take way of resolving matters. In mediation, you don't punish. In mediation, they say there's no winner or loser. It's a win-win situation. So as long as they keep on using mediation, it might be difficult to recommend enforcement. But still, the Commission still has powers through the same enforcement regulations to enforce recommendations from the National Conflict Management Committee as well as the District Conflict Management Committee. That is why you see now the Commission will suspend, for example, campaigns and all the other actions that the Commission will take. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpundu, the man on the ground. So I believe you encountered most of these issues that we are discussing here. So I would just like to hear from you, like you talk about some specific actions or strategies that proved effective in preventing violence, for instance, in your constituency during the 2021 elections, and what lessons can be scaled nationally for lessons for 2026. Some of the issues that you encountered and what strategies did you use to prevent those? And then we just pick some lessons on how we can go forward since we are now looking forward to 2026.
Okay, very practical, right? The sad part is violence has become a norm in our elections. And I fear the worst may happen in next year's elections because you can clearly see the pattern building up, creating the stage for worser forms of violence in next year's election. And I say this to all of you as stakeholders that a time has come that we must sit down and very urgently to prepare ourselves and maybe guard against this situation escalating. Now, the perpetrators of violence in elections, they do it basically to instill fear. We have experienced that several times in these elections where the motive is not necessarily to want to kill you or to maim you or otherwise, to instill fear so that you don't reach the electorates and stuff like that. Now, the clear lessons that we learn look, I'll tell you this. There is no violence that takes place, whether in an election time or outside an election time, that is not instigated by what we call the funders. We, the main players in the political equation. The young people that you see, because it's actually the young people who does the violence, they don't wake up today to go and engage in violence without somebody telling them, go and do this. So the biggest culprits are us, the main players. So if you see Honorable Mpundu in Nkana in 2021, there was violence, just know that if it is a group from Honorable Mpundu, he was in the equation. Because the cadres or the followers are just like children. Children basically do what they see their parents do, oftentimes, right? I know there are isolated cases of Apula Mongo Mnua Pakati, but usually it's them seeing what the parents do. And so the violence that you see, just know that it is reflective of the position of a leader. What helped us so much in avoiding violence in the 2021 was more of insisting to your followers to avoid violence. That strong message of avoidance of violence really does help. Because if you don't, they will do exactly the opposite. The other thing that really would help and helped in our cases is issue-based. When you go into your campaigns and focuses on issues as opposed to character. Because trust me, if you're a political player, you go on a podium and assassinate the character of your opponents. The followers are like soldiers. They will not watch you insult their leader. They will come on you. So to avoid violence, you must always insist on issue-based. That is critical. But I think that the greater lesson is that we must help build a society where we live in harmony. Right now, if we don't diffuse the tension in the country, I'm not a Sangoma, the next election may be not something you would love. Everyone who has studied politics and elections in Zambia will tell you the tensions that are brewing right now in the political arena are not good, and the ECZ here will not be able to handle what will come in 2021. So what do we then need to do? Right now, we need to summon all the stakeholders, the church, organizations, to begin to work towards diffusing the tension we have right now. Did you see just around Bill 10, what is going on? Or Bill 7, right? Bill 7. Trust me, Bill 7, like I've remarked in so many spaces, is a recipe for anarchy, and I'm not spelling doom for the country. If we don't handle Bill 7, it will, affect the election. It will affect the general outlook of the country post Bill 7. So it is a duty of citizen, and the greatest lesson we must draw today, that if we are to avoid chaos in the next election, let us begin to build right now. Begin to work towards creating harmony amongst political players. There's so much polarization, Director, I must confess. Political players cannot sit today eye to eye. They can't sit today. UPND versus the rest of us can't sit. How do we then expect that we are going to have an election devoid of violence or misunderstandings? So the greatest lesson, Moderator, is that right now we must start working towards creating an environment where political parties can coexist. The little misunderstandings can easily be dealt with. And the biggest misunderstanding today, and I want to repeat because this is being broadcasted, is Bill 7. Bill 7, and I want to repeat, may actually set us on a path of destruction if we don't handle it, because there's been so much misunderstanding. You can see from the 2 meetings that was held at State House, one that seems to have been, some form. I thought that the next one should have taken the same format, but the next one seems to have been a rally. You created a stage that may work against what we desire to have in 2021. So I think the greatest lesson is, for me in Nkana, these are people that know each other. So oftentimes it's very difficult to start violence, because if you start violence, you actually be attacking your relatives' children. Okay? Now, there must be building of coexistence, and at a bigger level, it should start now to create that environment.
Okay, wow, profound issues there. So maybe from SAIPAR, is there anything from the legal perspective that can be done now, some reform priorities before the next elections that could help us curb this violence, this malpractice? Any quick wins, something that is practical? I know it's a hard question, but we want to see a difference. Yeah.
Oh, I think I'll disappoint you, Director, just because like I said at the beginning, I understand the need and the value of legal reform, but I also understand how limited it is. So when we look at justice, just to pick up the discussion, you're looking at, there's what is called now, even within the study and practice of law, looking at the whole justice ecosystem as opposed to just the formal legal actors, looking at courts, looking at institutions, ECZ, SCC, looking at the legal profession. They are just a small part of the justice ecosystem. So I think to solve a problem like violence, you need a bottom-up approach. And yes, the legal systems are important, the legal institutions are important, but like as I said earlier in the discussion, the law is just prescriptive. The law tells us what we can do, what we can't do, and what's supposed to happen to us if it can be proved that we did what we're not supposed to do. That framing already puts you on the back foot. I think going back to your point about CMCs, the fact that they are not conflict resolution committees, they're conflict management committees. So I think that approach as well can also be used. Look, we have to have an approach to manage violence that is not solely dependent on the legal system. The legal system is important because we need to deal with offenders, and you know, the law has to be defined, conduct has to be defined as violence, but it's such a small part. And I don't want to overpromise and say there's a quick fix, there's an amendment that we can quickly push through, maybe in the Electoral Procedures Act or the Penal Code or whatever, or the CPC, that will curb violence. I remember, like I said at the start of my legal career, those were the sort of papers I was writing, focused on law reform. We must change the law. But I think over the years, I've begun to see that if we don't look at the whole ecosystem, then I think as lawyers we'll just be talking to each other, which is what we're accused of doing anyway. And, you know, I think, you know, violence happens on the ground, and that's I mean, where it begins. Instead of this top-down approach where, you know, the law deals with offenders of violence, but that's it. After the violence has happened, someone is dead, someone is injured, the community is broken, then the law steps in. Absolutely. So I think that's my reflection. Thank you.
Then we'll turn to you, ECZ. I think you are our savior here. So looking ahead to 2026, what strategies is ECZ adopting then to identify early warning signs of electoral violence, and also on how to coordinate faster responses with political parties and, you know, agencies like ours and even community leaders? Have you put in place anything to prevent violence?
Thank you, Director. So in terms of ECZ, like I indicated, one of the issues we are looking at is to see how we can capacitate, I think, the current conflict management committees, for them, in order to change or shift the operations of these committees from being reactive to being proactive. We are talking about, I think there's a concept called conflict prevention, where you are looking out for, instead of waiting to deal with the conflict after it has erupted or it has happened, you're looking at dealing with it before it actually takes place. I think that is the direction of the commission, to deal with conflicts before they actually take place. But I think, as indicated by I think Honorable Bino as well as Doc here, I think beyond the ECZ, all the stakeholders have a role to play, I think, in this in the process of ensuring that there is I think a suitable environment for the 2026 general election. The ECZ, beyond conflict management, also has what we call as political party liaison committees. Those are also used to try and diffuse, if I must use that word, tensions between political parties, and ensure that political parties and stakeholders are on the same page, even as we are conducting an election. So that is another strategy, using political party liaison committees more, so that there is more stakeholder engagement between the political parties, the EMB, as well as other electoral stakeholders. I keep on mentioning political parties because I agree with what Honorable Mpundu said. I think in all this, political parties are key stakeholders. If we have to talk about election violence, we cannot divorce political parties away from that topic. But also civil society organizations and faith-based organizations. So you also have things like peace building, for example. Churches who organize conferences for peace building. That is one way of diffusing the tension that Honorable Mpundu is talking about. You talk about peace building mechanisms. How are faith-based organizations coming in to assist in ensuring that the environment is suitable and people are brought to a table where they can discuss. I think one of the strengths of negotiation or mediation, I'm a firm believer of negotiation and mediation, because one of its strengths is that when you bring two people together in a room and those two people are able to tell each other off right there and then, you've actually achieved one thing. At least you've achieved one thing. It's different if people are communicating using different forums and hate speech, insulting each other. That's different. So we all have a role to play. We talk about conflict management committees, political party liaison meetings, talk about peace building from faith-based organizations. Also, I think a lot of sensitization for voters, including I think political players on their role in terms of elections, and so that we ensure that the 2026 general election are, I think, held in a peaceful environment. Submit.
All right. Thank you very much for this rich discussion and all the information that we have gotten from the panelists. I think I will now proceed to open it up to the audience. If you have any comments or any questions that you have for the panelists, I'm going to now hand over to you. But maybe before I hand over to you, there's an online question. I don't know which one of the panelists will be able to answer this one, from Mr. Innocent Musonda. It says, what measures can be taken to increase women's representation and participation in intra-party elections and ultimately in the electoral process? I don't know if this question can be handled by my panel here. All right.
Look, contrary to assertions that there is no legal framework that supports the participation of women and youth, I think that the laws we have are sufficient for women, enough women to be part of the process, for enough young people to be part of the process. It will not take, and I argue this, it will not take the changes of the constitution to enable young women, or rather women, to get involved, to go to parliament, or the young people. It will just take political will. Now, political will does not basically rest on the shoulders of those in power, okay? It rests squarely on every one of us who is in the political arena. President Savoy here, if she wants to promote the women, she should adopt more women. If she wants more young people, she should adopt more young people and give them the necessary support. The UPND, the PF, we, speaking on behalf of myself and the political group that I lead, the Movement for Good Governance, also called Ichaba Iche, we've taken deliberately to address this issue by creating a platform deliberately that embraces these marginalized groupings, the women and the young people. For us, if you are older, more Shibantu, you will struggle to fit into our equation. But we can welcome you, but you will struggle to fit into our equation because we've basically created a platform specifically to give a chance to these seemingly who have been marginalized in the equation. So it's not about the law. The law is there. It's a political will. And the political will is not just the ruling party. It's every one of us who have the political groupings.
Okay, I hope the person who asked the question is satisfied with your response. Now, the next question, sorry, let me also just exhaust. There are only 2 questions online. Let me just exhaust the questions from our viewers online. And this one is clearly, squarely mine. What strategies can the SEC implement to prevent and detect electoral corruption? And how can the Commission collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure the integrity of the electoral process? So yeah, now the questioner is being questioned also. I'll attempt at this one. Well, to begin with, the Anti-Corruption Commission, of course, has the mandate to deal with corruption wherever it is, whether it's in the electoral process, in procurement, or wherever it occurs. And like you heard from my boss yesterday, we rely a lot on informants to give us information. Corruption being what it is usually done in secret, in privacy. And if people are not willing to come up to provide the evidence, it is difficult for us to prosecute a case of corruption. No matter how good it sounds when it is reported, if it cannot be backed by evidence, it is just a story as it is. So we rely on the citizens to bring the information, and we rely on citizens to be willing to testify that indeed this corruption occurred. However, we also have a prevention mandate. We engage stakeholders. Like currently, we have already started making our plans to engage ECZ on how we are going to collaborate, especially in the area of sensitization. You know, we have a public education function as ACC. We take interest in matters of electoral corruption as well. And we do plan these sensitization meetings with various stakeholders that are involved in the electoral process. We have also put in place now an anonymous whistleblower reporting system, which we hope citizens can utilize to report any malpractice that they observe. And like I mentioned earlier, the reporting should be backed by, a willingness to come up and testify, to back the information that you are providing. So those are some of the things that the ACC has put in place. We are planning, already we are trying to map out which stakeholders we are going to engage and ensure that we do our sensitizations on ethics, integrity, and the like. Personally, being an advocate of integrity, promoting integrity in public service, I strongly believe that we do have adequate laws, we do have guidelines adequate, but if the people know who these policies and laws are intended for do not have integrity, then they cannot help us. So we also work towards ensuring that we lobby for people to have this mindset change in how we do things. So for me, integrity is at the core of anything that we do. Integrity in our leaders, integrity in the voters, integrity in the systems that are in place. So that is my point of view from Anti-Corruption Commission. So yeah, now we'll go to question time. I can see a number of hands. If I put my pen, I can take the questions. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4 questions to start with. Then the panelists will answer, and then we'll go to the next set of questions. Just
Good
introduce
afternoon.
yourself, your name, where you are coming from, which organization, and then we'll take your question.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Dorothy. I'm coming from the Ministry of Education. To introduce my question, I would like to start by highlighting the theme for this year's TIZ Anti-Corruption Commission Conference, which is Collaborative Actions for Integrity and Transparency in Elections. So this gives me an understanding that collaborative actions should trickle down to community members, it should not just be in the hands of the elite or people in offices. This should trickle down to women at the market, to the youths in drinking places, persons with disabilities and all that. So why I say this is because I strongly feel that while the law is adequate, it is not available to everyone. This is so because we see a lot of ignorance that is perpetuated by community members. Most of the things that they do that contribute to political violence, to political malpractice, is as a result of them not knowing the law. There's a lot of ignorance. So having said that, is there a way in which some parts of the law can be printed, can be published, can be printed and published in local languages, just so that these community members can get to know about them? Because it appears that some of us just get to know the law at the time we are being punished and not before, so that we are given a chance to adhere to the law and not just being introduced to it at the time I'm being punished because I've done something wrong. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, can we have the next question?
I am Patson Kasongo, Leadership Movement Party spokesperson. Some few months ago, within the course of this year, we had a by-election in Mangunza in Choma. And from my party side, I was the one coordinating the election activities. And we had a very unfortunate incidence of violence by the UPND. Then time came, we had to interact and reported the issue to ECZ. What I learned from there are two things. The laws we have. The laws are there. Very much available, but they are not taught to the different political parties and those who are involved. The levels of teaching to the political parties are still extremely low. The two things can be done. The lessons can be initiated by ECZ itself, the Anti-Corruption Commission itself. And I should say, we are also aware that it's a very costly enterprise to invite all the members of the community to a forum like this one. But there's something that can be done. And the situation is conferences like this can be called where the SGs, the Secretary Generals of the parties, or at least representatives, they come and learn. And once they learn, it's the easier way now for us to go and teach our people so that we understand what ought to be done. I was not empowered with knowledge from ECZ as a representative of an election exercise. When my member was butchered, because that was not assaulting, that was butchering a person. When he was butchered, I called the ECZ. I think we finally had communication. And with that communication, they told me, there's nothing we can do until you write to us. I think that's your basic standard. We have to write. So we had to make sure that we write. And I think my mind was being reorganized to accept that there's something urgent and what they want is me to write. And the only response would come the following day. But after the writing was done, everything fell in place. We were brought in the same room, UPND, every member of the district came, we had our conversation, we concluded, and finally, we ended up having the elections. What am I saying? What I'm saying is, as a party, we need the people to be sensitized. ECZ, Anti-Corruption Commission, you are not doing enough. And this period between now and the time the elections are going to start, the campaign period, you have a lot of work to do. We should have seen a program that is telling us there will be seminars, please come through. There will be this, please come through. And transparency, international, Zambia chapter, you've done well to bring these people together and organize us like this, because now we can tell them face to face, organize the meetings so that you talk to us. As we are available to listen, so that we can do the work that you can't do of talking to the larger majority, as we are going to talk to them. Zikom.
Thank you. The third hand, where did I see the? Yeah.
Okay. It's I wanted to pick on political violence, which is quite rife. My perspective on this one is that I think most political parties that come to power, there's one thing that they do, and they've been very consistent. That is police capture. About state capture, right? But I think the most important thing a political party does when it comes to power is actually police capture. And you know, one of the roles of the police is to protect property, protect life, and also bring about order in society. But can you imagine a police officer who speaks like a politician here in Zambia? A police officer is speaking like a politician here in Zambia. What about the other people on the opposite side of the spectrum? Are they going to think that they're going to be protected? I think for me, autonomy is the word. These institutions that serve the public must be autonomous. And these things, we don't see them. Why is it only possible to investigate the killing of someone during elections when that political party that was alleged to have killed such a person is out of power? Why do you think it's like that? You know, there's an issue of that happened in Western Province. I think, is it Christopher or Jackson Kungo? Do you remember that issue? Is it Northwestern Province? Northwestern, right? Yeah, and I can't understand up to now. You know, what we have to know, you politicians who are here, is that, you know, when you talk about politics, security of tenure must be provided for institutions or workers that are serving in these serious institutions. Because you know that man there where he's seated, there are certain things that he cannot do because of the office that he's occupying. If he does that tomorrow, probably you'll be put on forced leave. You know, you'll be staying at home or reporting to cabinet, wherever you'll be reporting. So there are certain things. Security of tenure will be very, very important for these people that hold these sensitive, you know, positions. The last one, maybe I would say, all politicians must know that when the time is ripe, power will change hands, and hands will always change power. So whatever law that you put in place, tomorrow will come and haunt you. The same law that you put in place will come back at you. So when you are making these laws, don't make laws as if you are dying tomorrow. Don't make laws as if you are dying tomorrow, because there's a day to live again. So wherever you be, even you ECZ, I think when I talk about you having security of tenure, I also urge you to have integrity. Even the anti-corruption should have integrity. Because if you don't have integrity, then you protect your job and like protecting the masses. People don't have integrity, would rather protect their families and their jobs and forget about these other things. As long as Natabwa and Chinakuta, and then the rest of the things will sort out themselves. Thank you.
And the last hand, the fourth person. There was a fourth person who raised their hand. She's gone out. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Chilangi, representing Information Communications University.
This question is directly to the ECZ representative. He mentioned to say the DC's council secretaries are part of the committees that are working on conflicts. I wanted to find out how best they mitigate this, looking at these guys are also part and parcel of the region committee that is in government now. When there's a political conflict, how best do they handle situations?
Thank you. Those are the 4 questions we had for the first round. Over.
So I'll allow the panelists to respond or comment. The first question was about printing the law in local languages. I don't know, that should go to ECZ. ECZ. Then there was a question from the leadership movement. Okay, was this a comment where you were talking about the violence that took place in Choma? You reported it and you were asked to write. So you, in fact, your appeal is for sensitization, that your people need to be sensitizations, and that's not only for ECZ alone, but for the Anti-Corruption Commission. I think when I mentioned what strategies the ACC is trying to put in place, sensitization is one of them. It's just that maybe sometimes some organizations we may not be familiar of their existence and where to locate them, but there's nothing that stops you from requesting for officers to sensitize you on any issues pertaining to corruption. Actually, we receive a lot of requests from different organizations requesting for sensitization, and we are always at hand to come. We may not have come across the leadership movement requesting us for such an activity, but we are available. Then I'll allow also ECZ to comment on that one. And then on political violence and police capture and the need for police autonomy, that is noted. I think that is your view. I don't know if there's a question. That must have been a comment. That's a comment. And then how best can DCs handle their role on CMSs? I think this is all for ECZ.
Thank you, Director. So I think I'll start with printing and publishing of laws in local languages. First of all, let me begin by indicating that ECZ has got a voter education unit, and part of what voter education does, and not just for people who cannot read English what voter education does is that we try to print or come up with material to educate would-be voters in local languages. I'll give an example. The just ended voter registration. Of course, the materials could have delayed a bit, maybe because of procurement issues, but I think you agree with me that some of the materials that were circulated were actually in local languages, where you have a drawing and there will be that information saying Kotimuzi watini mulandu to do ABCD. So there will be that information given out. In terms of translating the actual pieces of legislation into local language, that would be, I think, a very difficult task on the part of the ECZ, because the ECZ doesn't print the laws. I think the printing of laws is at the instance of the government printers. Yeah, and we try. So in response, we try or endeavor to interpret the law in local languages and give materials for voter education in local language to the best of our ability, including some materials that can be done in Braille. But we've taken note of that. I think it's a good suggestion. Of course, a very expensive undertaking, but a very good suggestion is something that I think the Commission can look at. For Mr. Patson Kasongo, thank you. I think that is an experience that you had with our district conflict management committees. So thank you for sharing that. And I think your recommendation for sensitization is noted. I agree with you. There is need for a lot of sensitization, because what you see sometimes is that cases that are supposed to be reported to district conflict management committees are actually reported to the police, and then the police would have to refer them back to district conflict management committees. But also in the spirit of sensitization, that officer who told you that you needed to put it in writing misled you. The code of conduct, the enforcement regulation also allow for you to make a verbal report if you can't write, and the secretariat is supposed to record that complaint. So, and I'm speaking like this so that you sensitize even your members, because one day you have a member who cannot write. What do? It does not mean that then they can make that complaint. So there is that avenue that is available. But we take note of the recommendation for sensitization. I think that is more than welcome. To my colleague who indicated how DEOs operate in view of the fact that they are running local authorities. Firstly, let me indicate the district electoral officer is there as an ex officio member. Okay, so by ex officio member, they are a member of the committee, but they are not part of the decision-making process. And in terms of guidelines for conflict management committees, there are categories of people that cannot be appointed as chairperson of a conflict management committee. So you can't appoint a political party as a chairperson of a conflict management committee. Why? Because political parties are usually the perpetrators or victims of whatever complaint is going to come up. You can't appoint a law enforcement agency as a chairperson of the conflict management committee, because they are also in charge of law enforcement, as the case may be. So they are wearing a different cap when it comes to those committees. So the room of appointment for chairperson for those committees is usually civil society and faith-based organizations. So you will find that the chairperson for the district conflict management committee is a well-respected clergy within that particular district. And that has really assisted in ensuring that conflicts are resolved. So to answer your question, the DEOs are ex officio member. They will appoint the chairperson and all the other processes, but they do not take part in the deliberations. And also they will coordinate the secretariat and operations, but again, the membership is solely at the instance of independent members who come from a faith-based organization and civil societies. Of course, law enforcement will be there, political parties will be there, but they'll be in the background, because it's also possible to have a conflict where a complaint is coming from a party that is represented on that particular committee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we still have people with questions or comments? I'll just take, because we are running out of time, one last round of questions. So can I see how many people have got questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these will be the last questions, I presume. So we'll start from
okay, yesterday when I hear the ECZ speak, I feel like going on a sabbatical from politics and going to work as a consultant free of charge for ECZ. Number one, sensitization is very, very important, like everybody else has said. What Honorable Mpundu is saying is actually very, very true and very, very scary. If we don't do anything, or if we're not proactive in terms of trying to stop the violence for 2026, the elections are going to be very, very violent. I remember even in 2011, this was a concern, to say elections are going to be very violent. And I remember having worked for ECZ and the UN by then, that was the main goal. They had the youth project, of course by UN, but the officers seated right there at ECZ to say, how do we stop the violence? And we did a lot. Honorable Mpundu has even highlighted where the violence will come from. For example, the whole issue of Bill 10 and how it's going to be conducted, that may bring about violence. In 2011, if you remember, apart from the politics, there was a lot of violence coming in, even from the artists, you know. That was a time of beef. I don't know who's big enough and small enough not to remember that. But all of us who are above a certain age, we remember the beef. Makitu, always insulting Slab D. Who's this? Mampi. You remember that time, right? There was a lot of that. And the young people tell you to say, when we go to the clubs, if a song by Makitu plays, it's a way to call the Slab D Tinkalapans. Steve Vinako. Imagine this is in a club. When this other artist song plays, the other people are seated. We're like, what is going on? And ECZ, by then we said we need to do something about that. We organized the conference of all the musicians, all of them who were, who had a lot of influence. Makitu, Slabdi, everybody. Took them to make a hotel somewhere there in Jesmondin. Spoke to them, and that is how that beef ended. People don't realize it, but the people that ended that beef were ECZ. The song afterwards, which Mampi and Mampi and Slabdi, two of the biggest beefers, if we should use the youth language now, came from there, from the workshop itself, you know. So the ECZ came in. This sensitization thing is very, very important. Identify where the violence will be and do everything possible that you can. You talked also about not being able to write the constitutions and everything. Yes, it's not your preserve to do that, but there's something that ECZ you can do. And simple fact sheets. You know, you don't have to write the entire constitution, but which parts of the legislation are important for a certain program. And you do that. You print out those fact sheets in all the languages, you print in Braille, all those kinds of things. At that time, I remember also ECZ went around doing conferences. We had youth conferences because of the violence, which was being feared that it would happen. We had big conferences, Lusaka, Copperbelt, everywhere. We just go in the communities and have these big conferences, you know. So ECZ took that proactive stance. By the time SATA was winning the 2011 elections, one of the first things it did was to invite ECZ, the chairperson of ECZ, Madam Ambilima by then, to go and congratulate them for what the youth project did in stopping the violence. We had to print T-shirts and we were going in bus stations, shop everywhere, where we had all these youth who were going to be violent, gave them T-shirts, spoke to them about the violence. That's what we were doing, you know. And from there also, the same song, we ended up even doing songs, for example, for the violence and just for the public to see these artists who are beefing can also come together. It's the first time that Makidu and Slabdi actually even sang together. And the song won an award. You may not even know that. But that song, which the Zambians for the first time saw the two biggest beefing artists sing together, an ECZ produced song and an election campaign song, brought everybody together, and that year it won an award, and even the best video at the Born and Bred Awards. That's what it was able to do. So to cut the long story short, there is so much that as ECZ you can do. We know sometimes when we're in these jobs, we're scared. If I go beyond this, I do that, maybe I may be fired. And that is why we're offering. Some of us will go on sabbatical. I'll stay away from politics. Call me, we come to ECZ, we do some of these things for free so that we help out Zambia in terms of violence for 2026. Thank you so much.
Okay, this the next hand. Thank you very much. I'm sure that was a comment and ECZ has taken note. Because we are running out of time, we might not respond to every comment. Some of the issues will simply take note as institutions responsible for elections.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my question is going to the three organizers for this conference, the ECZ, the TIZ, and the Anti-Corruption Commission. So my question is, if the theme is collaborative action for integrity and transparency in elections, and looking at the political parties and the organization that has been invited here, correct me if I'm wrong, I started coming yesterday and today, I've seen some political parties representatives that have come, but there is a certain political party, or maybe a certain political party that has not showed up. So I don't know, me as a youth, I'm going to be encouraged because they've not showed up. And the fact that they've not showed up, how are they going to encourage us to be able to see that transparency in what is happening here? Because they are not here. I've not seen any representative from the UPND. Yes. And then the question is, what is it that you are putting in place so that we see that transparency, not only to the ruling party because they are ruling, but also to the political parties that wants to come in power. So that I think, to me, it's taking advantage because this whole thing, it's about everyone to see that transparency, but it's not happening. And then my question again is, what is it that you're putting in place to make things easy for the citizens out there who are trying to report maybe election malpractice that is happening? Because if I heard you clearly, you said there is some processes are very complicated. When the case will go to court, you have to provide evidence and everything. But what is it that the Electoral Commission of Zambia, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and also the Transparency Zambia are putting in place to make this thing easy? Because to me, I've not seen yet any person that has been prosecuted simply because they reported them for election malpractice. I've not seen any. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question was Patrick.
Thank you. Critical Shindano, he is an independent expert. Mine is more of a comment, and I think we need to understand electoral violence from context. One of the things that we do not do very well as a country is to be able to recognize the electoral cycle. We tend to be very focused on what is going to happen to an election when you're drawing closer to a general election. Post-2021, we were all in euphoria, saying now we are peaceful and so forth. And I always argued that we're only peaceful because we had government administration changing, and people, of course, tensions go down. As the electoral cycle matures, competitiveness also becomes heightened. And what that does is that you see a lot more electoral violence. And this we're experiencing now. And why I'm talking about this electoral cycle is because it allows us to be deliberate about the measures we're going to put in place right after an election. You do a post-mortem of what you did, and you understand what were the root causes of that violence that you experienced, and what mitigation measures are you able to put in place to ensure that doesn't repeat itself. But we have this cyclical thing of electoral violence every electoral cycle because we are not proactive in ensuring that that is mitigated. That's important. But you also need to understand the nature of violence. Electoral violence is mainly in two parts. One, you have the competitive as well as the systemic. Systemic is where you want to disrupt the entire electoral system. On the competitive side is where you want to influence the outcome. Political parties in Zambia have embedded electoral violence as a strategy, and that's where the problem is. And nobody wants to confront it. Every political party will see, how do I put? It's like the saying they have, and I'm sure Honorable Mpundu will attest to this. At nomination, the amount of people you have, they say elections are won at nomination. Yeah? So the amount of people and crowds that you pull at a nomination will determine whether you're able to win an election or not. Similarly, how you bulldoze your opponents through using electoral violence, intimidate, and so forth, and it has been embedded. In this regard, once you recognize that, even the measures that you put in place, be dispute resolution mechanisms, which are very critical and we tend to sideline, for example, the judicial process, is very, very critical. And there are principles that are underlined within the judicial processes when it comes to resolution. Timeliness is one of them. Look at the electoral cases that are before the courts now. How timely are they being dispensed? If they're not timely dispensed, what that does, it fuels tension. As you get closer to an election, political parties start looking for other avenues for recourse. One of that, electoral violence. Then you have the mediation component. The mediation component, again, has to be enhanced. And this is what is encouraged. Mediation is important because we want to create a fair playing field. So with mediation, again, these structures, when you look, they are more ad hoc. They're called upon as and when. And the capacity is a huge problem. So there has to be deliberate investment to ensure that they're well capacitated. When that comes through, that mediation is one that is going to last long. But as you know, even in children, there is a time where you have to whip them. The sanctioning side of things, the commission has to strengthen that. You need to make sure that political parties are sanctioned accordingly and they know that they cannot do this. But that has to be done in a transparent and impartial manner. The electoral code enforcement mechanism were enhanced in 2020, and that's something that needs to be put to the fore and ensure that every time you see electoral violence coming up, political parties are sanctioned, and it shouldn't be late to these statements that we usually do. Let's be deliberate about managing this, because as everybody has observed, electoral violence is on the increase, and if we don't manage it well, 2026, we might see something else. So those factors and indeed the avenues for resolution as well as mitigation have to be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we now have the last two comments? We only have 5 minutes before we close the session.
My name is Jafet once again. Just a quick question to the Anti-Corruption Commission. Yes, as a youth advocate for corruption. If you received a credible evidence-backed complaint alleging corruption by the individual who has the ultimate power to appoint or remove the SEC director, what is your written and alterable institutional protocol, and can the public see it? Thank you very much.
Come again. Come again. I didn't get the question.
Okay. Let me rephrase the question. If you received a credible evidence-backed complaint alleging corruption by the individual who has the ultimate power to appoint or remove the SEC director, what is your written and alterable institutional protocol, and can the public see it? Thank you very much.
Moderator, I have 2 hands to make them 6. So there was this hand here, but there was another one behind. I don't know if you can allow.
Thank you so much. Part of my submission was covered by Mr. Ishindano, so thank you so much. And let me thank the panelists. You kept us alive. I think it has been excellent. Mr. Warrior, we realize that mitigating electoral corruption and violence through dispute resolution in Zambia, it requires, I am Adam Daka, a member from Transparency International Zambia, that it requires a multifaceted approach. But sometimes parties during campaigns, they're the ones that sometimes cause violence amongst themselves. I know that in a locality or in a constituency or district, you put up a campaign, a timetable. And for example, maybe today, each hour was supposed to campaign at 8 hours. And then the other political party, Lightning and Thunder, is supposed to campaign tomorrow at 8 hours. But then each hour, they are supposed to go and campaign today at 8 hours. They find the Lightning and Thunder political party, which is supposed to campaign tomorrow, already at the venue. So when each hour team comes, finds the other party there, what happens? Crashes. So what is it that you can do going forward? 13th August 2026, we expect all these things to happen, especially if Lightning and the Thunder had not yet handed over the instruments of power to each other. What is it that you can put in place to mitigate such occurrences?
for people that not observe the electoral code of conduct, but not observing the timetable that you have put in place yourselves. Thank you.
Moderator, with your permission, can I give the last person because their hand has been up for too long?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is on vote buying. The little experience I have elections is that when there are campaigns, I'll give an example of a by-election in Kawambwa. We saw government ministers come to campaign in their capacity as ministers. Come again? Okay, in their capacity as ministers. And the messages they were using there were government programs. For example, social cash transfer, empowerment programs, to an extent where they indicated to say, can people line up so that they can be given 50 kwachas, so that they can form cooperatives for them to be able to access whether it's CDF and something and so forth and so on. So what role is ECZ playing to ensure that there is no advantage to the ruling party when it comes to campaigns such as that? Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. That was the last one. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like I mentioned, some of your submissions were comments, which we have taken note of. The issues of the need for sensitization, the issues of being proactive as ECZ to ensure that we have mechanisms for detecting early warning signs, and then we put in place the relevant mechanisms. There was an issue of what we are doing about the political party that has not showed up. I don't know if anyone on this panel is able to address that question. I don't think so. Maybe it's the organizers. So TIZ has raised their hand to help us with this question. Maybe we can just give him now to respond, not to ask. You can give him the mic.
Okay, thank you so much. So in short, maybe my brother didn't see the UPND. They were invited. They were here yesterday, and even today they were here. They actually had a panel. They were on the panel in the next room.
Okay, so that answers the question. Thank you very much. And then I think from the same gentleman, there was a question which ECZ will answer. And I think he has already covered this question on how to ease reporting election malpractice, like what mechanisms you are going to put in place. I think it's one of the issues we're discussing. Then there was a comment also on understanding the electoral cycle and the need for proactivity. Then the question to ACC on, I think that was a very hypothetical one, and I don't think I would be in a position to respond to that one. But what I can tell you is that ACC is a law enforcement agency. It's established by law and its operations are governed by law. And for ACC, any complaint that is received and there's sufficient evidence that is provided, it has got an obligation to investigate, collect all the evidence that is necessary and hand it over to the next institution, which is the judiciary, to proceed now with prosecuting that matter. Our role ends at investigating, putting together all the evidence that has been submitted, and we are not the only players in this cycle. We know that prosecution is also done by different institutions. So it is not up to ACC on how the matter will be concluded. Okay, so then the other question, the last one, it was a comment. Mitigating, what's this? Yes, I think maybe ECZ, I didn't capture this one correctly. You can just pick up what was questioned to you.
Okay, thank you, Moderator. I think if my record serves me right, there are two questions. The first one is, I think it largely bordered on how do you deal with the failure to observe election timetable by political parties during election campaigns. And I think, I don't know if Mr. Kasongo is still there. I think the issue he was alluding to was one similar to the issues that you raised, where an election timetable has been drawn by the commission, but political parties are not adhering to that. So I'll tell you from a practical point of view, some of the, I don't know if I can call them excuses or positions that political parties will have. Some political parties will tell you to say, even if we've drawn a campaign timetable, we still have an office within this place where we call it, is it a mobilization center? Yes. So usually some of these clashes will come at a point where one political party is supposed to be in this area and the other one in the disguise of mobilization is also in the same area, and that happens. Those cases are ones that have come before the commission and also before conflict management committees, and where a particular party is found to be wanting, I think the committees have given directive that the timetable should be respected. The reason for drawing an election timetable is for the orderly conduct of campaigns. And I think the commission has made it very clear. Yeah, I think election timetables were not there up until, I think, sometime in 2019, 2020. I could be corrected if I'm wrong. And from then it has become a practice or a norm for political parties to draw up a campaign timetable before the holding of an election. They assist parties for an orderly or smooth way of campaigning. So one of the issues that the district conflict management committees deals with, or even the commission, would be complaints for breach of a campaign timetable, as the case may be. So the commission would definitely deal with that, and where possible, the commission will give a position on that matter, including the DCMC. There's been, I think even in the other panel discussion, this issue came up, the issue of the role that ECZ plays to ensure there is no advantage during campaigns by misuse of government resources. I think this issue is one that has been with us for quite some time, and it's because let me start by addressing it in this way. Firstly, we need to recognize that the code of conduct allows two officers to utilize government resources. And when I mean utilize government resources, I don't mean government resources for a campaign, no. But it recognizes that the office of the president and the office of the vice president will still be functional and operational even during the period of campaigns. However, we have also seen and heard complaints, and even through election petitions, there's been complaints of, I'll give you an example of an election petition I handled in Mukushi, where people were actually bringing as part of evidence, the meal meal that is given through these social cash transfer and the like. What the distinction or the challenge is, how do you differentiate government work from the campaign-related activities? And I think that is the challenge that ECZ has had. And ECZ, I think from time immemorial, I'm glad that I'm backed by my former CEO here. ECZ from time immemorial has engaged, I think, Secretary to Cabinet over these issues. And if you followed the some of the media or notices, even from the office from Secretary to Cabinet as it relates to elections, you will see the Secretary to Cabinet indicate to say when cabinet ministers are campaigning, they should not use official government vehicles or government resources and the like. So I have, and this is my own personal view, I think this debate has been there for the longest of time. And I think as stakeholders, we need to interrogate the law as it sits. How do you differentiate government operations from the ordinary election activities? For example, the government will argue that they are bound, there is a drought. I'll give an example, that there's a drought. And because there's a drought, they are bound to assist the people who are affected by that drought. But in that particular area, there will still be an election. So how do you balance, or how do you differentiate between government intervention through government processes to members of the public and also elections? Of course, for I think ministers, cabinet ministers, that's I think for me that one is a bit straightforward, because if there is any abuse of some sort, and even in election petitions, we've seen where ministers have been petitioned. I'll give a case in point. Mukushi mayoral election was nullified on the basis that the mayor then was using government resources to campaign. And when the court interrogated that and they found that that was the position, the seat was actually nullified. So where evidence can be proved that a person who's not supposed to use that, I think resource is using that, I think there's nothing stops evidence from being gathered and the petition being commenced to challenge that particular action, because that definitely would be unlawful. But we also need to recognize that there are offices that the law itself has recognized that will still continue functioning even beyond the election, up until, I think, as was indicated, instruments of powers are handed over. So we need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think really we should close this discussion session. So starting from my far left, Honorable Mpundu, just your last concluding remarks on the subject that we have just discussed. Your final concluding remarks, and we'll go to Dr. Tinenenji and then finally ECZ. Under a minute.
Well, it's been a privilege to be here, and I'm very, very grateful to TIZ for having invited me to come and share my thoughts over the electoral process and everything that goes with it. I just want to say to everyone who is here, God stopped creating countries, and we only have Zambia. So we have every responsibility to ensure that our actions and inactions contribute to making Zambia, a peaceful, country to live in. And elections is that activity that may actually throw us in turmoil. And so we have to do what we need to ensure that we protect, the peace that we have enjoyed for the last, 61 years. Thank you.
Look.
Thank you. Just briefly, again, to say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to my fellow panelists, to the moderator for this opportunity. It was an engaging discussion. I think I mostly listened, which is where I'm most effective. So thank you so much for the reflections. I'll definitely take them back to the Institute and back to my own work as well. And I feel personally responsible, as I believe you all do, to nurture a healthy and competitive environment, but something that I think we can all be proud of come next year. So thank you once again.
So I think my takeaway is I think I think many recommendations on the need for sensitization as it relates to, I think, electoral violence. I think the Commission definitely has a big role to play. That is very true. But also, I think what was submitted by Dr. Shindano here, that as stakeholders, we all have a role to play. I think it starts from the Commission, sensitization, the Commission playing its part, but also political parties should also play their part in terms of if we need to combat electoral violence, because I think electoral violence happens, it doesn't happen from a vacuum. It's ignited by some action or inaction. Okay, so there's need for collaboration. I think such conferences are important, and I think this is my takeaway, and one of the recommendations I'll be making to the Commission is that there is a huge expectation from the public and other stakeholders and institutions, that there's a lot of sensitization and a lot of initiatives, engagements, learning that needs to be done, and that should be done in order to find ways of combating electoral violence as well as malpractice. But I believe Zambia is a peaceful nation, and together we will triumph. We've done it in the past, so we will do it again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, a round of applause to the panelists. And my final remarks are that we have heard different perspectives on the subjects that we're discussing, starting from the issues of the need for us to simplify the law, the rules, the procedures, right to our communities so that they understand their role in all this, and also the need for us to strengthen our institutions and the laws. So in all these different perspectives that have been shared, one truth that comes true for me is that Zambia has the capacity actually and the legal tools that and the institutional structures even that we need to run elections that are peaceful, that are fair and trusted. And what just remains is our collective will. Collective, that is government, that's political parties, civil society, communities. Each one of us as individual citizens, we need to come together to uphold the spirit of our constitution and reject any form of political violence or manipulation. It is, after all, when we are talking about violence, when we are talking about the citizens, we are talking about us. We are the people in the communities. So as we look towards the election ahead, we need to carry forward these insights that have been shared today, so that we can strengthen our institutions and empower our institutions to invest in early warning systems. ECZ, you have heard this outcry. But above all, we need to just commit ourselves to a culture of peace as a people, a culture of integrity. Like I've told you that for me, I'm an advocate of integrity and also accountability. So once again, thank you to our panelists for your rich contributions. And to you, the audience, thank you for your engagement and the insights that you have shared with us this afternoon. We have taken note. And I just urge you that as we leave this place, we may leave this place not only informed, but also inspired to act correctly in our different communities. Thank you so much for this. It has been lovely. It has been a lovely panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, together with your panelists, for such an engaging session. We're discussing with my colleague as we're coming here that this was a most relatable session, because when you talk violence, you've seen it, you've witnessed it. So kudos to the team that was putting out a program together, because I saw how each of the session was building onto one another, and we've been able to tell our stories. And to end it on this high note, I think our panelists and the moderator deserve another round of applause for. I was telling Sandy that let's go in front, we do our rituals. So again, as the way of closing our session, we would like to give you a token of appreciation, a diary and a flask. On behalf of TIZ, we are grateful for this most engaging and relatable session that you've delivered this afternoon. Thank you. Can stand, we pause for the photos, the official photo. Doc, you can move in front so that we the official photo looks very lovely. Yes, very balanced. I forgot to mention that. You can smile. Each our vibe. Yeah, teacher, right. Thank you. I have a few announcements to make, not even a few, two, just two. The first one is if those of you that received an earlier copy of the program, we should have a dinner, or dinner was listed as one of the closeout activities for this conference. I regret to inform you that there will not be dinner. Therefore, you're not required or requested to stay back. So the tea break, don't miss the afternoon tea break, because that is what we'll have as a way of networking. I think it's still work. We can still make it dinner. We can still remain there until 20 hours. I think it's still okay. Yeah. And then TIZ members, would you please, you are requested to remain behind for a family photo. Hello, the session has not closed officially. May we please take our seats? The session has not closed officially. At this point, allow me to invite the head of programs from TIZ, Mr. Raymond Mtale, to give us closing remarks, and this will mark the closing session of this conference. Raymond.
I see that people are already geared to go. So I don't want to waste much of your time, just to thank all of you for making time for this conference. But also to the people that played specific roles in the conference, the panelists, the moderators, the keynote speakers. Let me also recognize and thank the sponsors of this conference, not in order of importance, of course. The Swedish Embassy, Chandler Foundation, the UK Aid, Norwegian Church Aid and Danish Church Aid under the Lift Zambia project, and the European Union. And of course, the members of TIZ, because in one way or the other, they sponsor this organization. So I just thought it's right that we appreciate your support, and we appeal to you to continue supporting us. May I also take this opportunity to thank government officials that were invited for this conference. The media, of course, political party leaders and your members, and just to wish you the best for this evening. And thank you. Go well.
So I'm the problem. Asunta, Binwell, ono Kataniola, Kumota, Halabalu, Yamita Katabakini.